Morning. We will be on air in 1 minute. Please turn your phones off. Dear colleagues, participants of this Congress, our 9th Congress is traditionally happening on the day of the national currency, and this year it is special because we are having the 30th anniversary of the country's independence. 2 last years of pandemic has been a serious challenge, both for the stability of the economy and for the financial market. The unprecedented measures by the government and inflation targeting in the last 2 years allowed preventing a deep crisis, but also allowed a quick recovery of the economy. At the same time, the budget stimuli, budget incentives promoted inflation, and now we need to correctly determine the vector of development in the future and find the right balance between shocks and long-term economic growth. The basis of the economy now should be inflation targeting, and this will be the topic of our first session. The financial sector is a catalyzer of changes that familiarized Kazakhstanis with new digital solutions. We are seeing the financial market being transformed, and as well as transformation of IT companies, insurance companies. The ecosystems are becoming a competition driver. They promote innovation. They change preferences of clients and conditions of business. The ecosystem is not only very convenient for the customer, but it is also a serious challenge for the regulators. Regulators have to analyze big sets of data. They need to employ artificial intelligence to assess new financial products and in real time detect potential vulnerabilities in the activities of financial intermediaries and their services. The attempts to protect the customers, we need to also provide growth opportunities. Customer protection should encompass all channels of interaction. The advisability of regulating products and services that are similar to financial. This will be all topics for our today. So there are initiatives of the National Bank on the development of the digital Tenge, on promoting the payment system. These initiatives promote digital infrastructure, and that's why we need a permanent dialogue between state bodies and private entities in adjusting the infrastructure. Digital technologies affect not only banking and microfinance. Insurance is also changing a lot. The growth of retailers is largely due to the technological changes. Insurance companies are growing actively, promoting not only mandatory but also voluntary insurance policies. The distance services bring forth new risks that require mechanisms for protecting the client and data, their identity. The carbon independence will be greatly affecting our future work. That's why the VSG question is affecting financial institutions now. The participation of such esteemed speakers today will help us determine the right vector of developing the financial sector in the interests of long-term, inclusive and sustainable growth of Kazakhstan's economy and in promoting the prosperity of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, for the official start of our Congress, please listen to the remarks of the President of Kazakhstan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate everyone on the opening of the Congress of Financiers of Kazakhstan. This is a particularly important event for the country. This year, the event is held on the eve of the National Currency Day and the 30th anniversary of our independence. This has a great symbolic value because Tenge is the sign of our state and sovereignty. We implemented major market reforms in the early 1990s. We comprehensively reviewed and modernized the financial relations in the country. We introduced fundamental changes to the banking industry, taking into account global best practices. A full-fledged financial infrastructure was created in the country. As a result, we have managed to establish a fund and have the ability to allocate it efficiently. This opened the road for large-scale investment. As a result of constructive state policy, we formed a competitive financial sector. Kazakhstan financial sector is the most advanced in the region. Today, its total assets exceed 35 trillion tenge. This is more than half of the gross domestic product of the country. The domestic financial system has repeatedly demonstrated its resilience during the severe economic crisis of the recent decades. Early last year, few would have predicted that the coronavirus pandemic and its consequences would have such a devastating effect on the global economy. The ensuing market downturn was one of the worst in the century. The unprecedented measures taken by the state and international institutions have generally stopped the deterioration of the situation. However, uncertainties in the commodity, trade and financial segments still remain. Further progressive development of the financial sector, taking into account global risks and trends, is one of the state's priorities. At the same time, its key objective is to support the country's economic growth. The state has always supported the domestic financial sector during the most challenging of times. This has ensured that today banks are resilient enough and have great potential to lend to the economy. Therefore, they have to assume the role of being one of the main drivers of the dynamic economic recovery and its further diversification. It is necessary as well to more proactively develop the domestic stock market, including the Astana International Financial Center, which should become another key source of financing the economy. At this point, we should also take into account challenges linked to the green pivot of global financial institutions, the extensive digitalization of financial services. This requires substantial discussion and the search for balanced solutions. Consistent development of these areas will open additional opportunities for strengthening the competitiveness of our country. Ultimately, state agencies, regulators, and financial institutions have one common objective: to improve the well-being of our people. I am confident that today's meeting will contribute to the elaboration of effective measures for strengthening the financial sector of the country. Let me congratulate you on the professional holiday of all those in the financial system. I wish you success. And dear participants, the floor is given to the Chair of the National Bank of Kazakhstan, Yerbolat Dosaev. Good morning, all. Dear friends, colleagues, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the National Bank of Kazakhstan, I would like to welcome all participants, and I would like to congratulate you on the coming Financiers' Day. This Congress is happening on the threshold of the 30th anniversary of independence. The first president, Nursultan Nazarbayev, laid the foundations of the new statehood. In the last 3 decades, they developed the foundations of the statehood. They determined the national border. They adopted the national constitution. They also formed the financial system, adopted our own currency, Tenge. Thanks to all these achievements, we see how our country has transformed in the last 30 years. And we have a new generation of Kazakh citizens. We all see this continuing to strengthen the basis of independence. The current president in September this year determined the main areas for the country's development, which were also addressed today in the president's remark. Like all other countries, Kazakhstan is facing the most severe crisis in this century. There are 3 global challenges. The first challenge is the inflation growth and the inflation pressure with the imbalance of demand and supply in the background. The economy is recovering. We expect that the growth of the real GDP in 2021 will be the fastest in the last 4 years and will total about 5.9% as predicted by IMF. The rapid growth of demand with limited supply has led to high prices for commodity and transportation. The second challenge, which opens new prospects and opportunities is the rapid digitization of the entire global economy. Under the influence of the pandemic, the transformational processes have brought to the fore new formats of financial services that meet requirements of mobility, convenience, and security. The third global challenge is combating climate change. The head of state devotes a great deal of his attention to this problem, as he underlined today. The sustainable development of the financial sector, as I have said, and the green pivot offers new opportunity. Besides the direct impact of climate conditions, changes in the financial landscape incorporating principles of responsible investment are ahead of us. In March this year, the National Bank adopted the Monetary Strategy 2030, which consists of 3 key areas. These include strengthening the institutional and operational framework to conduct monetary policy. Second, development of the financial sector as an effective intermediary and conductor of monetary policy. And third, further diversification of the economy with increased counter cyclicity of macroeconomic policy. Therefore, for a full-fledged implementation of all monetary policy targets, we signed an agreement on coordination of macroeconomic policy with the government and the Agency for Financial Market Regulation and Development, which is continuing the practice that was first started in 2019.
First is conducting an adaptive monetary policy and increasing its effectiveness. The main mandate of the National Bank is to ensure price stability. During the acute phase of the pandemic, we conducted an expansionary monetary policy to support economic activity in the context of suppressed domestic demand that exacerbated the disinflationary effect of the quarantine tightening measures. Once the economy has entered a positive growth trajectory, we are reversing the monetary policy stance amid growing pro-inflationary risks. The increase in inflation observed today is caused equally by both external and domestic factors. On the one hand, the aggravation of supply-demand mismatch in global markets leads to disruptions in supply, rising transportation costs, prices of raw materials and food products. The growth of food prices in the world has been the highest in the past 10 years, while metals prices increased 1.5 times during the year. The cost of transportation of dry cargo, reflecting the demand for raw materials, has increased 3.2 times since the end of 2019, so before the pandemic, and 7 times compared with May 2020 due to a shortage of containers amid growing buying orders. As a consequence, the external inflation backdrop is worsening with renewed historical highs. Just yesterday in the U.S., inflation has reached 30-year highs since 1990, reaching 6.2%. In the EU, it is also at a record 4.1%. In this environment, central banks are beginning to tighten monetary conditions. Since the beginning of September this year, 24 central banks have raised their key rates. In Russia, a key trading partner of our country, since the beginning of the year, the rate has cumulatively been raised by 3.25% up to 7.5% against the background of the 5-year maximum inflation rate of 8.1%. Amid high inflationary pressures, the Fed and the ECB began to roll back stimulus measures. In September, the ECB announced its intention to reduce the volume of bond purchases. On November 3, the U.S. FED announced starting December, it was beginning to roll back its quantitative easing program by $15 billion monthly. And the negative external inflation background is aggravated by internal imbalances in some commodity markets and income growth as the economy recovers, for the leveling of which, together with the government, urgent steps are taken within the framework of the anti-inflationary response package adopted in September. Joint efforts are yielding the first results. The annual inflation rate stopped growing for the first time in the last 6 months in October, and food prices, their growth slowed down from 11.5 to 11.3%. As I noted at the meeting of the government, the number of regions with accelerated annual inflation for the first time decreased from 13 to 7 out of, there's 17 regions in Kazakhstan. In general, the economy of Kazakhstan still maintains steadily high inflationary environment. Significant growth of prices for food products supports high inflation expectations of the population, which in October reached 10.3%. And taking into account significant abnormal growth of inflation in summer months, since July of this year, the National Bank started conducting a disinflationary monetary policy, having increased the policy rate 3 times in total by 75 basis points from 9% to 9.75%. In our opinion, the adoption of systemic and preventive measures to eliminate imbalances in the commodity market is part of the anti-inflationary response package, which we divided into 2 parts. There's operative before the end of the year and measures that are in the midterm to reduce our import dependency. So we believe that this will help us stabilize the inflation near the upper boundary of the target corridor of 4 to 6% in the second half of 2022. And we expect that the slowdown of inflation will occur against the easing external inflationary pressure, a gradual decline in global food prices, and a recovery of global supply chains. For sustainable price stabilization in the economy, it is important to implement an initiative to improve the coordination of monetary and fiscal policies through the legislative implementation of the counter-cyclical budget rule adopted by our president by the end of the year 2021 and start applying it in 2022 onwards in the formation of the Republican budget for 2023 to 2025. And the new rule will limit the growth rate of government spending in a guaranteed transfer from the national fund to a level not exceeding the amount of contributions from the oil sector at a conservative cutoff price, isolating the business cycle from commodities and reducing the pro-inflationary pressure in the economy. A return to market financing of the economy with the elimination of price distortions in the financial markets is one of the most important priorities for increasing the effectiveness of Kazakhstan's monetary policy. In 2020-21, within the framework of implementation of the anti-crisis initiatives of the president of our country, the National Bank made its contribution and allocated 2.3 trillion tenge to stimulate business activity, support employment and infrastructure development. And owing to these initiatives, Kazakhstan's economy returned to pre-crisis level, and its growth for the last 10 months reached 3.5%. And I would like to elaborate now on the involvement of the National Bank in the implementation of programs to support the economy. The National Bank financed and launched a program of concessional lending to business entities to support entrepreneurs in the most affected sectors of the economy. And during the program's implementation, more than 1,500 businesses got loans worth over 1.1 trillion tenge. As we can see today, almost all sectors of the economy are in the growth zone, so the program will be completed by December 31 this year. In order to provide employment and prevent the unemployment growth, the National Bank took part in the implementation of the employment roadmap by financing local executive bodies on a repayable basis to a total amount of 900 billion tenge. The program will also be completed this year. The market mortgage product Baspana Hit, which was launched to foster long-term housing lending, will also be completed this year. As of today, almost 600 billion tenge has been allocated within the framework of this program. By instruction of the head of state, the National Bank will continue the implementation of the Economy of Simple Things program and the program of Preferential Mortgage 7-2025. As of today, the loans for 940 billion tenge have been already granted within the framework of the Economy of Simple Things, and 7-2025 out of the 400 billion has been allocated out of 1 trillion. And we believe that by the end of 2022, all of the limits provided by the National Bank will be fully used, and we will be able to complete these programs too. And as the goals of economic diversification and reduction of import dependence are achieved, the National Bank considers it important to gradually move state support to the economy to market-based measures in order to improve the effectiveness of monetary policy and reduce inflationary pressures. Preferential financing that does not depend on the market rate creates a distortion of the value of money in the economy and competition in both the financial market and the business environment. And the government also recognizes these factors and plans to adopt a 5-year roadmap to gradually move away from non-market instruments of state support that distort the real value of credit funds. In order to improve the effectiveness of monetary policy, the National Bank, in accordance with the previously announced timeline, is the first to begin withdrawing from state programs to support the economy, planning to discontinue its participation before 2025. However, given the pace of economic recovery, we do not exclude early completion of the main programs by the end of 2023. An important dimension in the development of market financing is the improvement of the government securities market and shaping the market yield curve. This will allow to establish a benchmark for rates in the longer-term segment and launch the process of market funding of long-term projects. Since last year, the National Bank and the Ministry of Finance intensified their joint cooperation on increasing the attractiveness of government securities market for foreign investors. I'd like to thank my Ministry of Finance colleagues for that cooperation once again, and we can say that perhaps this is one of the first indicators of coordination in our policy, and the results we achieved this year. Since the beginning of the year, the portfolio funded by foreign investors has grown more than twice. The work on inclusion of government securities in the JP Morgan Global Emerging Market Bond Index is underway. At present, our government securities have been placed on the radar of inclusion in this index, and we believe that we have chances, at least in 2023, to be in that index for developing countries. And next year, it is expected to include government securities in the FTSE Frontier Emerging Markets Index. That will happen in spring, which will also give an additional impetus to build a income curve. In an effort to facilitate investors' access to Kazakhstan's market, Kazakhstan's post-trade infrastructure was improved to a world standard within the framework of the Central Securities Depository, in line with Clearstream, an international clearing organization. In further institutional development of the Central Securities Depository is intended to transform from a local record-keeping center into a regional settlement and clearing hub. And to implement this goal, the depository's efforts are focused on building on flexible infrastructure with the appropriate IT modernization, providing access to a wide range of stock market operations, and including the functions of an organizer of trading on the over-the-counter market and a corporate actions hub. The Kazakhstan Stock Exchange has significantly expanded its offerings of various types of financial instruments, including mutual funds and ETF index funds. And November 15, a foreign equity trading floor will be launched. Against this background, the number of retail investors in the stock market increased significantly, and over the last 2 years, the number of retail accounts increased by almost 70%, and as of November 1, amounted to more than 206,000. The technological modernization of CASE trading and clearing systems has been completed. A central counterparty function has been introduced in all markets, which reduces risks for all trading participants, contributes to an increased liquidity on the exchange market. In the near future, the exchange will focus on attracting SMEs to the stock market, further increasing the activity of retail clients and developing the infrastructure of financing sustainable development projects. Third is digitalization has become one of the key drivers of financial market recovery around the world. In many ways, Kazakhstan is moving at the forefront of the financial industry's digital agenda. Under the influence of digital services, we have observed a significant increase in cashless payments in the country. For instance, within 5 years, the volume of non-cash payments for the population has grown 26-fold, and the share of payments via the internet and mobile services has reached a record high, rising from 22% to 83%. It is important not to miss the momentum of change and support further digitalization of the financial industry through the development of the following key areas. Equally accessible digital financial market infrastructure is a priority of the National Bank. Its important components are the national payment system and the digital biometric identification platform that are being created. These reforms will raise the provision of financial services to a higher quality level. The updated digital infrastructure will become more accessible to all market participants and will make it possible to create a new generation of financial services faster and cheaper. 63 central banks around the world are exploring the introduction of national digital currencies. Together with market participants, the National Bank has also launched the digital Tenge pilot project. We see significant potential for the project to increase the availability of payment services and reduce the cost of transactions in the economy. And the digital Tenge platform may also open up opportunities for the creation of fundamentally new services. At the same time, it's necessary to assess in detail possible risks and benefits from the issue of the national digital currency. In December of this year, a white paper on the results of the pilot project will be published, which will cover the outcomes of the technological experiment, the results of research and discussions with market participants and the expert community. In a rapidly changing economic environment, it is important to ensure high-tech interaction between regulators and market participants by creating a unified financial market business data platform. The credit registry, together with other financial market data sources, will form the basis for a unified data warehouse, the financial data lake. This will open up new opportunities for the application of advanced analytics. I'm talking about AI and ML for supervisory and regulatory purposes, and will simplify regulatory compliance for the market. The introduction of RegTech and SubTech will ensure the transition of data-centric supervision and regulation and reduce market costs, in which we're doing actively with the Agency for Regulating the Financial Market, and we hope that in mid-next year we'll be able to offer to the market a quality new product. And part of the work we're doing together with AFK and the National Bank, and so we're underway. We also see a steady trend towards the creation of platform business models and the formation of ecosystems in a financial market, which Yelena started talking about. And ecosystems are blurring the boundaries between industries, with consumers being able to receive a range of different services on a one-stop shop basis. However, their further development is also a challenge for regulation. Ecosystems are the future of financial markets, but they must be built in an open manner in the interest of aggregable industry efficiency. Consumer personal data has become a critical asset for the financial market. It is important to ensure non-discriminatory access data to shift the focus of competition to processing efficiency. Consumers should have full control of the access to their data and be assured of its security. Given the increasing risks of cyber attacks and fraud, it is important to pay special attention to cybersecurity and privacy protection. To ensure these principles, the National Bank, in cooperation with other regulators, will create a legal framework and appropriate infrastructure for data exchange and storage, including we'll be working on API standards and open banking infrastructure. Digitization is also improving regulators' interaction with consumers of financial services. The Kazakhstan Deposits Insurance Fund has piloted an electronic guarantee payments portal. As of today, there are no equivalents of such an online reimbursement system in the CIS, and for the convenience of citizens and the market, an omni-channel interaction is being established through a single contact center. As part of the business processes digitalization, the National Bank is working on the implementation of a unified integrated automation system of asset and risk management in order to comprehensively address the tasks of improving the effectiveness of asset management and financial risk control. The emergence of the best-in-class investment management solution for various asset classes at the National Bank will help accelerate investment decision-making and reduce operational risks, which ultimately leads to increased efficiency, including in the management of the gold in foreign currency assets, the National Fund, and Unified National Pension Fund assets. And fourth, for further development of the financial market and raising external investments for the development of the country's economy, the access to the financial market of Kazakhstan will be extended to the participants of the Astana International Financial Center. Taking into account successful international experience of functioning of financial centers, the AFC Act on Currency Regulation, developed with direct participation of the National Bank, and it comes into force in December 1 this year. It determines the list of financial services that can be provided from the AFC platform throughout our country, taking into account the provision of financial stability of the Kazakhstani market. As I already mentioned, providing financial stability of the internal market of Kazakhstan, it has been provided. Actually, we have done quite a bit of work. We spent 2 years in order to coordinate, but we believe that the capabilities for AFC that are available now will foster stability and also foster the development of AFC itself. Now, fifth, the development of a green finance market is a strategically important area of development. The global market for ESG-based sustainable bonds is growing rapidly. Just starting 2019, the market has grown more than twice. The global ESG investment boom is having an impact on Kazakhstan as well. For instance, 3 green bonds issues worth 34.2 billion tenge have been listed on Kazakhstan Stock Exchange. The legal environment infrastructure for the development of the green finance products market continues to be intensively developed. And the National Bank, in cooperation with the agency, is also taking a number of measures to further implement ESG principles. In 2022, it is planned to develop recommendations for the implementation of ESG principles by financial institutions. And also by the end of 2022, it is planned to introduce requirements for internal risk management systems in corporate governance system to account for ESG factors and related risks in a strategy and business model of financial institutions. In the medium term, it is planned to make a transition from voluntary disclosure to mandatory disclosure of ESG activities of companies in compliance with international recommendations on the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange and the Astana International Financial Center. The large-scale transition to mandatory disclosure of non-financial information will allow investors' ratings agencies to assess financial instruments for their ESG eligibility for inclusion in their investment portfolios. In addition, the National Bank plans to create a special classification for ESG portfolios. Dear guests, friends, and ladies and gentlemen, we have come together after a long break and are slowly beginning to return to a normal life. Of course, the consequences of the pandemic will remind us for a long time of themselves, but I wish that this does not affect our communications in any way. And the National Bank directs all its efforts in conducting a transparent monetary policy, ensuring financial stability, and creating a modern digital infrastructure of the financial market with equal access for all its participants. I would like to sincerely congratulate everyone on the National Currency Day upcoming, the professional holiday of the financial sector workers, as well as on the forthcoming 30th anniversary of independence of our motherland. The main holiday, I think, for each citizen of Kazakhstan. I wish everyone all the best, good health, good luck, and to achieve your goals. Thank you very much.
The next floor is given to Chairman of Agency for Regulating and Developing Financial Market, Ms. Abulkasimova. Good morning, dear participants in the Congress. Today, our event is happening in the year at a time when we celebrate the National Currency Day, and our president, our first president, Nursultan Nazarbayev, played a very important role in this area. Under his guidance, our country adopted very robust reforms of the financial market, and Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, our current president, has tasked the task of further developing the financial sector, and the finance sector has become the most advanced sector in our economy. Of course, the development of our economy, of our financial sector, also has benefited a lot from financial institutions. The strengthening of Kazakhstan's economy will be greatly influenced by the financial market. I wish the world has been facing crisis caused by the pandemic, that the 2020 crisis has become a very serious challenge for our country. To mitigate the risks for our country, the regulator's first objective was to ensure the stability of financial organizations. In this respect, starting March 2020, they adopted measures of regulating. In the conditions of reduced economic activity, we needed to provide accessibility of loans. A national program increased the loans for targeted support of businesses. At the instruction of the president, the rate was used for them was 6%. Subsidies were received by over 4,000 businesses, and banks restructured loans for borrowers. As a result, the loans grew by 2.7% at the end of 2020. In April 2021, we had growth of lending. The financial sector of Kazakhstan quickly adapted to new challenges in the global economy. The growth of capitalization and the reserve of liquidity allowed preventing spread of crisis to the financial sector. The crisis allowed us to finish the sanation of the financial sector. We have moved to remote financial services. We improved platform solutions. We also strengthened green financing. Thus, we can state that the current 2021 became a pivot year in the development of the financial sector. Financial market has been transforming given the current challenges. The further development of the financial market will be determined by the following areas. First, the provision of competitiveness in the banking sector. In 2021, we completed sanation of banks. In the last year, 5 banks left the market. And in the last 3 years, we had 8 banks leaving the market. And non-working loans or distressed loans in the amount of 6.6 trillion Tenge were written down. The NPL with a delay of 90 days has been in the lowest amounts. Even though the non-working assets were written off from banks, the assets have grown by 40% still. The AQR confirmed the availability of capital at systemic and individual level, and banks added 128 billion Tenge. As a result, the sufficiency is 25% now, which is 3 times more than the minimum requirements. But the most important result of AQR is the transformation of banks in risk management. We have implemented 6% of all measures that we planned to prevent the growth of new risks in the banking sector. From 2019, we moved to risk-oriented supervision. The key element of risk-oriented supervision is the SREP model, which assesses corporate management. Starting 2021, regulator started publishing priorities for 2021. In 2021, the SREP process starting from this year included integration of new instruments. First, it is the regular AQR. The second new element of the supervisory system is the supervisory stress testing, which looks at crisis situations. For the first time, the agency, together with the National Bank, developed concept of supervisory test system stress testing. and pilot stress testing was performed in several banks. And further on, this will become part of the supervisory process. Also, starting 2023, another important task is to involve distressed assets into the economic turnover. To reduce distressed assets, we made an agreement with 18 banks to reduce stressed assets from over 2 million to 0.8 trillion, and the banks are going before the schedule in reducing their distressed assets. We are creating conditions for a liquidity market for distressed assets. We have a draft legislation developed by the Ministry of Finance, which will allow enlarging the participation of private investors. Service Companies Institute will also be introduced, which will manage problem assets. The draft legislation will be proposed to the Parliament in this year. The previous speaker has already said that major banks are developing their own ecosystems. They increase financial inclusion, but this also creates new risks. This is related to restricting competition to other markets, security challenges. Therefore, we will develop methodology on protecting the customer. The second important area is risk protection. The insurance sector has been showing high financial sustainability. Assets have grown 64% in the last 3 years, now totaling over 1 trillion tenge. From the start of this year, the premium growth is 37%. The growth of the insurance sector was fostered by digitization. Investment opportunities have also been improved. In the saving insurance, we have had tax preferences on long-term insurance products, and we also introduced deferred pension annuity. As a result, the voluntary insurance has risen to 43%. The next priority objective is to transfer the process of payment receiving into the electronic format. For this purpose, we have to ensure transparency of this whole process. We will create new products on insurance. If we talk about mandatory insurance, we plan to introduce flexible rating, take into account regional specifics. In the last 5 years, the capitalization of this stock market has reached 37 trillion tenge as a result of upgrade of the infrastructure in the MSCI and FTSE. Kazakhstan has met main criteria for emerging markets MSCI, and the main trend for the stock market was the growth of activity of retail investors. In 2020, we introduced remote identification of clients. As a result, the number of physical persons has grown significantly. Banks have also gained the right to provide full brokerage services to all clients. With the growth of retail investors, we have faced the need to protect the investor rights. We will determine liability for investment recommendations, and we also will implement other measures. In 2020, we lifted restrictions on exchange access. As a result, the growth of investments was 627 billion. So we also simplified the permitting procedures. We introduced new types of bonds. We created new regulations for new bonds, for green bonds. Apart from creating market for green finance, the agency, together with the National Bank, will introduce ESG in financial organizations activities. In addition to what has been said by previous speaker, ESG will be implemented in a staged manner. We are going to introduce SREP and to provide stress testing. The fourth important area is to improve the potential of the microfinance market. At the instruction of the President, we included all microfinancing organizations into our supervision. We also started to provide licensing to microfinance organizations, and a total of 1,061 licenses have been issued to date. We also determined the top premiums and the top rates. We also are implementing measures to prevent fraud. Our agency's future work will be focused on expanding the potential of MFIs in lending to SMEs. We need cheap lending. For this purpose, we are looking at creating Apex organization that will attract funding and to decrease regulatory pressures. We will differentiate the requirements for different MFIs. For major MFIs, they will have the opportunity to transform into banks.
And I'd like to spend more time on this issue. The President, in his video message, said that the role of the financial sector is to build the well-being of the population of Kazakhstan. We're seeing that against the background of the increased demand starting from the second half of this year. There's a large growth in loans for the population. It has grown from 13% to 27%, and mortgages also from the beginning of the year have grown by 20.6% against the background of new mortgage programs. In spite of that, there has been a decrease of rates for mortgages. The growth of prices on the real estate market may reduce the affordability of housing, and such growths of funding are risks for financial stability, and they can lead to a risk of a loan burden. And to reduce the risk, we want to use macroprudential policy instruments, depending on their degree of influence on the debt burden of the population. And in 2020 and 21, to reduce the loan burden, we took a series of measures. Firstly, we've implemented a 50% coefficient of loan burden, and it stipulates that the overall payments should not exceed 50% of the person's income. There was a ban on giving a loan to those who are below the line of poverty. And also, for further control of the loan burden on the population, we plan to implement a requirement on banks and MFIs reporting on all on all people with a loan. And if there is a difficulty in repayment, there is a procedure in regulating overdue loans. And there is a pre-court regulation order that has been put in place, and now banks and MFIs have to notify the person of the delay, have to assess their solvency, and offer restructurization. And in May, a mechanism of rehabilitation was implemented, and this has helped rehabilitate the status of borrowers. And within this law, in order to protect from collectors, there were also measures taken. So video and audio recording is now mandatory. Currently, we've developed additional suggestions and proposals on regulating collectors' activity. This stipulates for the increase of their working capital, their charter capital, and to introduce criminal liability for illegal actions of debt collectors. And by the decree of the President, the government, together with the National Bank and the agency, have developed regulatory amendments to improve the administrative procedure. And the protection of the rights of financial services consumers is the priority of the regulator for the coming time. Dear Congress participants, the financial sector should support the well-being of our population and the growth of our economy. And I'd like to thank all of the participants of the market for the construction dialogue and coordinated work in this period, and I'd like to wish everybody success in building a competitive and successful market of financial services in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much. Dear Congress participants, at that, our official opening is complete, and we move on to the plenary session of the Congress. And the first session is macroeconomic policy, strategic challenges and new opportunities for the financial sector of Kazakhstan. The moderator is Ms. Medina Abelkasimova. Dear participants of the session, I would like to ask you to occupy your seats. Dear participants of the Financiers Congress, our first plenary session is devoted to macroeconomic policy and developing the financial sector of Kazakhstan. Allow me to introduce our speakers. Today we have the Minister of Finance, Yerlan Zhamalbayev, the First Vice Minister of the National Economy, Timur Jakslikov, the Deputy Chairman of the National Bank, Akiljan Baymaganbetov, the Chairman of the Board of Halyk Bank, Umut Shakhmetova, and Chairman of the Board of Kaspi KZ, Mikhail Mtadze. Mr. Timur Mikeshevich, let's start with the economic agenda of the government. The pandemic and the crisis of 2020 have become the most significant for Kazakhstan, and the rapid measures of support from the government, which amounted to 6.3 trillion Tenge, or 9% of the GDP, have allowed to ease the harm to the economy. And this has helped the economy recover, and the growth is right now 3.5%. But still, in spite of the growing vaccination rates, we still have new strains of virus. And apart from that, it's expected that the measures on economic growth will aid the situation. And the macroeconomic stability issue has been actualized. And we're seeing that the government focuses on reforms as well. The new plan of development of Kazakhstan until 2025, there were national projects confirmed where we've identified the main priorities for the economy for the midterm. Timur Mikeshevich, is it now time to step away from short-term measures, and what do we need to do in order to shift to long-term economic growth? Thank you very much, Medina, for the question. I'd like to start my answer by reminding you that since the beginning of the pandemic, we definitely have implemented several packages of anti-crisis measures aimed mainly at supporting the income of the population, employment, supporting business and internal demand, and anti-pandemic measures. And we use such tools as tax stimuluses, deregulation, expanding concessionary lending, and by April of this year we've arrived at a positive growth zone, 3.5% year to date, and we're expecting 3.7, 3.8 to have at the end of the year. Now, we have a growth against the background of an improvement of the global economic situation. Demand is on the rise, supply is growing, logistical ties are being recovered, and prices have increased for oil and gas. And across the world, as it was already mentioned before me, inflation is growing. Kazakhstan also, the growth of inflation is tied to the gaps, the pandemic gaps between supply and demand, and also the interventions done by the countries to stimulate demand. And the evident answer to the growth of inflation is a more harsh lending policy, and that's a global trend. Now, replying to your question, I would like to mention the following: that an exit from the anti-crisis paradigm demands a transition stage of preparing for the post-crisis stage. And for this reason, the government will act gradually, taking into account the pandemic situation. I'd like to remind that still, in spite of the improvement, there are 3 regions in the red zone. Neighboring Russia, where we have another wave currently. And now, about the key measures on shifting to sustainable economic growth, which, as you correctly mentioned, were defined in the National Plan of Development until 2025 and in the recently adopted national projects. I'd like to single out 5, in my opinion, key areas, which first is ensuring a growth of investments. The construction of infrastructure, developing human capital, a focus on digital solutions and a shift to a digital economy, and also the development of competition, deregulation, and a shift to a new regulatory policy for business. And for each of these areas, I'd like to talk about them specifically. Now, to incentivize investments, measures will be taken to protect the rights of investors, to improve the infrastructure, and to improve the quality of the regulation of investment activity. For investors who are implementing significant projects for the economy, we will provide special conditions and also concessionary environment within the framework of the AFC. In the foundation for the creation of a favorable investment climate will be the support of a macroeconomic, fiscal, and financial stability, also sticking within the inflation corridor. The investment policies will be implemented within our current sector policies, including ensuring growth of the processing sector. And in the processing sector, we have planned an implementation of 500 projects, approximately, including large projects in oil, gas, and chemistry. In the APK sphere, we will have also large projects for the production and the processing of agricultural products, and we would like to get investments up to the level of 30% by 2025. And secondly, developing infrastructure, which is also a very important key area, especially the transport and logistics infrastructure and the housing and utilities infrastructure. And key efforts will be aimed at improving the infrastructure's connectivity between the regions, the improving of the transit potential of the country, and creating a national commodity transit system. Also, human capital, improving the advanced training based on dual education programs, creating academic excellence centers, also a national qualification body. In terms of digitization of the economy sectors, before me this was also mentioned, and Mr. Baghdad, who is here at the session, can tell us better than me about that. But overall, I'd like to say that the focus on a digital transformation on various areas of our life is one of the measures that in the long term will help us shift to a sustainable economic growth. And fifth, I'd like to note that maybe a key area also is a competitive policy of deregulation and a new regulation policy. We will be focusing on using soft law tools and reducing government procurement and privatization of government property. In terms of the regulatory policy, we'll be doing a review of the mandatory regulatory requirements and creating a registry of mandatory regulatory requirements. We've already prepared a draft law for the new regulation policy. It's already passed through the first reading in our Majlis, and we're expecting that by the end of the year. We hope that by the end of the year this law will be approved. Now, what this will enable the business to do, I'd like to give one example. Now, before the law is approved, we've already started doing a review of the regulatory requirements in the pilot spheres. In public catering, for example, we've identified 67 facilities where they have 1,700 regulatory requirements, and 48% of those requirements are not in line with the requirements of the new regulatory policy, and they should be either reviewed or canceled. And thus, we will implement the regulatory guillotine principle, and this will be implemented in 2023 and 2022. Now, I'd like to also mention that this draft law also stipulates for one in, two out principle that every new regulatory mandatory requirement that is implemented should be followed by the cancellation of two active ones in that same sphere of regulation. Now, hopefully, I've been able to answer your question. Not going to take up more time. Thank you very much, Mr. Timur. Now, inflation targeting and budget rules are two foundations of economic stability. And Kazakhstan has always had a healthy level of government debt, but due to the anti-crisis package, we've seen that has been a big stress on the budget, and the anti-crisis package was funded by the national fund, from which the allocations have grown significantly, and this year 4.5 trillion tenge have been allocated from national fund again. And these financial measures have led to a budget deficit of 3.1% and a growth of oil deficit up to 2.7%, and the government debt has went up to 29% of the GDP, although it is still at quite a low and safe level. And thus, due to the expansion of support measures, the budget space is shrinking, which is needed for future expenses. And similar trends we're seeing in many countries of the world as a result of support measures. And the head of state has ordered the government to introduce a counter-cyclical rule. And the government is working on a new concept of managing government finance up until 2030. Mr. Yerlan Kenjebekevich, could you please tell us what is planned to increase the balance of government finance? What work is done by the Ministry of Finance? Dear colleagues and dear Congress participants, firstly, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this Congress and in this session, especially Mr. Yerlan Askarbekovich. I personally accepted his invitation. And here we've got some really well-known financiers of here. These are our teachers, our leaders. I'm really happy to see you. We all need these congresses, and there's a lot of issues to be discussed. I congratulate you on the 30th anniversary of our independence, and I'll just have a few slides if I may. Slide number 2, please. It's the last year was pretty difficult. Everybody knows that. Now, to support the economy, many countries were forced to increase their budget deficit and to increase government debt. Now, as we can see on the slide, pretty much all the countries face this issue. We have a list of examples here in Russia. As you can see, in 2019, the budget deficit there was a surplus, and now it's at about 3% deficit. In Turkey, the budget deficit grew twice. In Brazil, by 3 times. In Kazakhstan, of course, also joined this list, and the budget deficit exceeded 3%. We do understand that this is not a critical situation, but and the government debt has also grown. But government debt, as Medina said, is at a safe level currently. International experts also agree with that, and we have an IMF mission here, and they also say that it's not just at a safe level, but it's at a comfortable level. Yes, last year we had to spend significant funds on anti-crisis measures, and we've got transfers allocated from the National Fund. Mr. Timur has also mentioned that. Now, undoubtedly, a trend like this has to be turned around, and we need to work on the income part of the budget. Next slide. Now, the economy is recovering, already 3.5% of the GDP, and we're expecting 3.8% growth. And we're already seeing the budget for the 3 years, and in the next year we will be reducing the number of transfers from the fund. All the funds, the guaranteed transfers from the National Fund will be reduced next year by 300 billion tenge, and the targeted transfers this year was 1.9 trillion tenge. Next year it will be only 550 billion tenge. It will be reduced further.
Thus, we see that the oil revenues into the budget will get down. At the same time, we will be seeing an increase in the share of non-petroleum revenue. And by 2024, this share will be 71%. Thus, we are transiting to the counter-cyclical budget rule, and this allows us, starting next year, not to spend the assets of the National Fund. This will also allow us to reduce dependence on the budget on the fund, and also strengthen the saving function of the National Fund. When developing the 3-year period for 23-25, this rule will be taken into account and implemented. Next slide, please. So it's understood that in these conditions we need to increase the revenue part of our budget as tasked by our president. So we showed it in broad terms how we are going to achieve this. First of all, we need to decrease the shadow economy. According to official data, this level is about 20% 20% shadow economy, and our priority task now is to decrease it to 15% as a minimum, so to the level of OECD countries. And starting this year, we will start implementing the universal income declaration. We have major objectives on modernizing the customs infrastructure. All main customs posts will be modernized, 9 auto and 1 railroad customs posts. Also, the improvement of tax and customs administration have allowed us to receive over 2 billion Tenge into the budget. And a couple of words about the concept of finance management. Up to this time, we didn't have a unified document on state management of finance. Now this concept, the National Fund has its own concept on effective planning and use of budget funds. There was no unified document, but now we are consolidating all this. We will develop clear-cut rules in all areas. There will be a set of fiscal rules, and this integrated approach will promote fiscal discipline as well as the financial state of the country in general. My next question will be addressed to Akıljan Baymagambetov from National Bank of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan National Bank in 2021 was on the front line of combating the crisis. The bank also launched some preferential loans, and these measures supported the business and population. But in 2021 we are seeing a high rise of inflation and inflation expectations. Inflation is growing not only in Kazakhstan but throughout the world, and the cited reasons are soft monetary policy, but also interruptions in the supply chains. Many experts think this inflationary growth will be short-term. However, so National Bank is facing a very difficult task. Akıljan Malikovich, what monetary policy will be implemented by National Bank? How should the coordination of the fiscal policy be implemented? Thank you for your question. I will start with our current monetary policy with the inflation. Indeed, in the last half year, we have seen a growth in inflation from 7% to 8.9%, at currently 8.9%. The highest surge was observed in the summer months. This was a non-characteristic because the food prices get low in this time, so we didn't have the seasonal price reduction for food. So given the global food price growth, we also have some local inflation, and the food inflation has achieved two digits. It's now 11.1%. So, and we have come down from the peak in September, 11.5%, and we are tightly observing the situation because the food price growth makes about half contribution to the whole inflation. It's one of the most important factors. So there are also two other components, non-food inflation and paid services. Here we also see some important acceleration. On the one hand, we see some disbalances. A good example is the petroleum market, which has led to the growth of diesel by 16.6 in the last month, and more than 24% in the last 1 year. This is growth level for diesel. Also, we cannot disregard the recovery of demand in the economy. Last year, because of lockdowns, the demand was suppressed, but starting second quarter of this year, we see a quite different situation. We see a recovery of the Kazakh economy, which leads to the increase of consumer activity. So we see a growth in the nominal and real income. We see growth in lending, also the continuing fiscal stimuli. As a result, the rise in the demand, the imports are also redistributing. The last statistics in the last 9 months, we see that the consumer imports have grown by 21.4%. And this accounts for $1.5 billion US. So we cannot say that this is related to the low base. Last year, the consumer demand also grew, but it grew by about 4.6% compared to 2019. So talking about the monetary policy, we see a trend in demand growth. We see that the last 3 sessions we have been raising the base rate. So we have been acting very cautiously, but we have been raising the base the base rate by 25 points in each of our sessions, and we have 3 sessions. And we see that next year it will be realistic to achieve the upper ceiling of the corridor 4.6%. In October, the quantified assessment for inflation is quite high, 10.3%, and this is what our actions are focused on from the standpoint of our further activities jointly with the government. In our panel discussion, we have coordination, and this is aimed at reducing inflationary pressure. This is very important midterm, and our bank, jointly with AFK and the government, we have had several initiatives that we're implementing. The National Bank intends to complete funding some anti-crisis programs this year. The other programs will be wrapped up. According to our plan, this will be done in 23-25, but I think we will be able to do it earlier. An important factor in stabilizing the microfinancial policy is to implement the budget rule. The parameters of the rule itself are being actively discussed with the government, and I will introduce you to the perspective of the National Bank. There will be 2 major elements. The first anchor will be the price of oil, which will be set in a conservative way, and based on it we will determine the transfers from the National Fund to the Republican budget. If we talk about technically, the cutoff price we will calculate percentiles and standard deviations so that we calculate oil prices not at the mean level but from the conservative point of view. In good years, we will spend less from the national fund. And the second important element, as we see it, is to determine the upper limit of inflation growth growth rate of budgetary funds. If we take an example, long term, in the 10 years, the average economic growth was 3.5%. The inflation target, if we talk about 2023, 4.5, 3.4% in midterm, then the growth of state funds expenditure should not exceed 7 to 8%. We don't have a formula yet. We are still discussing and coordinating it. But our vision of the National Bank is like this. I don't think I will dwell on the effects of the counter-cyclic measures and permanent transfer from the national funds keeps national expenditure high. This creates new inflation pressure. Therefore, in our opinion, the implementation of the rule will allow us to reduce the effect of the budget from the commodity cycle, will help stabilize the inflationary impulse, and will help attract investment. If we follow these rules, if we save more national fund assets, the minister has already said that the rule will be used in the next year for the budget process when determining the state budget for 2023 and subsequent years. This will be captured in the concept of state finance management. Another important element of our future monetary policy in coordinating our macroeconomic policy and in the monetary policy is the intent of the government to transit to roadmap. So this is about eliminating distortions of credits, of loans. This will allow us to address one of the issues related to the balance of state expenditure. On the other hand, this will allow us to address money cost distortions. This is mostly of interest to the bankers, I guess, and this will aid competition both in the financial market and in business. And in conclusion, to reduce inflationary pressure, we need to coordinate macroeconomic policy. This includes monetary and fiscal. This was captured in our strategy of our monetary policy until 2020. And the main platform for this, we see a trilateral agreement between government, bank, and the agency. This is a format that we are having from recent times. And thank you. I hope I answered your question. Thank you very much. Talking about macroeconomic policy to financial market in 2021 became a pivot year for the financial sector, given the budget consolidation plans of the government, given the plans to withdraw the national bank from support policies, I think the financial market's role will grow. In the financial market, we have seen a growth of financial liquidity, and banks, in spite of the crisis, continued growing their credit portfolios. They transformed their strategies, their business strategies. However, there are certain risks, there are certain imbalances in consumer lending in favor of mortgage lending. And how can we ensure accessibility of loans for the growth of our economy based on market principles? And Umid Bolothanovna, what prospects for the banking sector development do you see? What do we need to do to ensure balanced growth in economy lending? Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate everybody on the professional holiday, on the Day of Financiers. I wish you good health. We are in the middle of another challenge, and every year seems to offer a different challenge. And I hope we will get through the ordeals that we have to go through. You're asking questions about the role of the financial sector and how big or how big it is getting, and how it affects the banking business transformation. If we talk about Halyk Bank, we are indeed the largest bank, and we are present in all sectors. We finance all areas, major companies, national companies, foreign companies, middle-sized companies, SMEs, and retail. Moreover, we are participating in the securities market and working on a daily basis. We see development in different regions. We see the situation throughout the economy. And what I hear today, the measures that are going to be implemented, the inflation targeting by National Bank, the privatization, deregulation, good investment climate. However, I feel there is nothing new in this. We have been hearing about all this for the last 5 years. Let's try to understand why the situation is developing the way it is. There are some external factors due to pandemic. There are also some internal factors that we need to work on more effectively. If we talk about the monetary policy, the bankers don't always understand quite well how the oil price is affecting the exchange rate of Tenge, and how ruble, we see that the exchange rate is not very volatile, and external factors are not affecting the exchange rate quite significantly. We see that Tenge is becoming cheaper to ruble. However, the oil price is growing.
Another big topic was the base rate, and I guess it remains that in spite of the development in the presence of big liquidity in the banking sector, the base rate is reacting not as flexibly and maybe not as radically as we're seeing it happen on the global markets and in our closest neighbors. And what does that lead to, and how does that impact the banking sector and the lending to the economy? Now, firstly, I'm emphasizing once again, we have a large liquidity. It went up to even 5 trillion at some point. It's now 4 trillion from the side of the National Bank. The role of lending in the economy has dropped in relation to the GDP from 67% in 2007. Now it's only 21%. And a breakthrough that happened in 2021 is that out of this 21% portfolio in relation to the GDP, a bigger share of loans are issued to physical entities, mortgages, and the role of banks in lending in the economy in relation to the GDP has dropped down to 10%. So it's a record low number. If we look at our neighboring Russia, these numbers there are growing and have already amounted to 60% in relation to the GDP. And that's the dynamic of the recent years in spite of the sanction situation. So what's happening? Why are banks not lending in the economy? We hear a lot of criticism that we give out consumer loans. Yes, the situation is such. It's because we have an internal problem with our borrowers, with companies that are ready to modernize, to expand. We give benefits to external investors, but I guess we need the same type of benefits for internal investors too. I guess we have them, but still, why is this demand not on market conditions? We do understand that there are issues, and in terms of the last year, there was the issue of demand and supplies and deliveries, but in the 2 or 3 years before that, when the situation was favorable, still this demand for loans and investments into expanding production capacities we're not seeing. There are several factors. The competitiveness of our economy compared to Russia, where we are importing more Russian goods and Kazakhstani producers can't compete. So what's happening? In the past 2 years, when the base rates in Russia were very low, at around the level of 4.25%, there was an arbitrage happening. So it was cheaper to loan in rubles in Russia than here in Kazakhstan, with our base rate being over 9%. And so even in lending, we're seeing a more debt burden on our Kazakhstani borrowers as compared to the Russian ones. And we're seeing that also it takes a reflection in rublization of the economy. If before we had a dollarization, now we have a rublization, and the trading in rubles has gone up on the stock exchange 3 times. If we're talking about loans, we're also seeing a growth of funding from Russian banks in rubles of our Kazakhstani borrowers. Now, even if the Ministry of Finance borrows in rubles, last year we saw cases like that. So it just emphasizes once again that funding in rubles, that really wasn't to the benefit of our manufacturers and our borrowers. Now the rates are evening out a bit. You've seen that in Russia, the base rate went up to over 3%, and now that gap, that arbitrage, is decreasing. So hopefully this will be more favorably impacting the competitiveness of our Kazakhstani borrowers and manufacturers in terms of lending. Also, a big issue is import replacement. I think that's something that needs to be developed. The agricultural sector is also a big topic. I believe we do have a big potential of developing that, where banks would with pleasure lend to if there was kind of a clear policy on developing the agricultural sector. And that's about lending to the economy. Now, overall, I'd like to say for the consumer loans, there was a pivotal moment when 53% of the total portfolio are physical entity borrowers currently, and the trend is growing and it will keep growing, especially when the government has these programs for MFI funding. On the one hand, we're saying let's intensify the requirements and demand more capital, but still we give cheap money for this funding. And we've been saying for a long time that the government needs to exit government support programs massively, because consumer loans are, at the end of the day, money that is spent on import. So they're mostly buying imported goods. With our government money, we're funding other countries' economies, our neighbor Russia, and all of these other external markets. And now in our nearest neighbor state, Uzbekistan, where I also work, you can only get a consumer loan on a targeted program if the customer is buying a product produced in Uzbekistan. But we do know that they produce their own cars, that they produce household appliances, and so you can get a consumer loan if you buy a locally made refrigerator or a TV or a car. But if you're trying to buy imported products, then these consumer loans will not be issued. So there's a lot of these tools that are targeted and specific. We shouldn't ban consumer loans. You need them. You can't just say we're not funding that anymore. We have to be balanced about this. And the coefficient of debt burden, which is being implemented, I think it's a good initiative, but there's official income, but there's also unofficial income that a population has. And bankers can probably see more if they look at the transfers and turnovers. The official statistics don't show as much. A good initiative from the Ministry of Finance is that they're implementing taxation of mobile transfers for P2P transfers from physical entity to physical entity, but inside that it's actually a business transaction flow. And this should be disclosed, and here you'll have more taxes and you have more transparency on the income of the population and of the SMEs. I'm thinking that for the consumer loans, I'd like to say there is a trend, but we can't just be elevating the requirements. We need to be more balanced in our approach. Overall, the banking sector, Medina, you said it right, has recovered. The situation in terms of financial stability is stable. We are feeling comfortable. The banks have liquidity. They have capital. We have customers. Main thing you have to do is choose the right business model. It's very important for us. What we're all doing is to transform to digital, transform the digital services for our clients, because our clients are very mobile, which is great. Our customers are very picky and they're very demanding, which I think is good. Nowadays, the market is on the customer's side. The market nowadays is enabling the customer to demand, and banks and other financial institutions have to adapt and have to build up cheaper and more convenient services for the customers. So competition creates this great environment when the consumer wins in the end. And I'd like to also say that if there is a task of lending, and the government, I think, has the task of lending in terms of regulation on collateral, in terms of regulating borrowers and their collateral, you have to take a balanced approach to that and not be too emotional about some negative things that have happened recently. When the borrower is in the wrong, they don't want to return the money. They've used the money. And unfortunately, the legislation is on the side of such a borrower. So there should be pro-creditor regulation, pro-lender regulation everywhere in the world. They stick to that. When they have pro-lender regulation. It's not like you borrow the money, you don't return it, and after 90 days you don't have to return it at all. And we'll just be promoting such behavior, and then sooner or later we'll have to bail out another bank because the customers can just not return the money and nothing will happen. And that's probably what I wanted to say mainly. Thank you very much, Ms. Umut. Now my last question, Mr. Mikhail, is to you. The financial sector is the flagship of using digital technology, and today we have an ecosystem transformation of banks. Kaspi.kz has proved that with their IPO, becoming the company with the biggest capitalization in Kazakhstan. But thanks to with these conveniences, also risks come rise for the consumers of these services. In the ecosystem that replace traditional banks mean that regulation can also not remain inert, and this is why we also have the task to find the balance between regulation and freedom to further develop the financial center. Mr. Lamtadze, what systemic risks do you see considering the quick permeation of banks into fintech, and how do you see the regulation of the system? Thank you, Ms. Medina. Good day, colleagues. I congratulate you on the holidays, the upcoming holidays, mainly the 30th anniversary of the independence of the country. In a professional, holiday. I'm not a financier, so I agree that the 30th anniversary of independence is probably the main holiday, at least for me. So in terms of the dynamic of Kazakhstan's development, it's quite clear that Kazakhstan has made an unprecedented leap in innovation and digitization in creating fintech products. And these products are improving the life of Kazakhstanis nowadays and right now. And the driver of innovation is Kaspi.kz. And it's an example and a role model, not only within the country in Kazakhstan, but also in the global arena. If we look at capitalization, Kaspi is one of the biggest fintech companies in the world. It was created in Kazakhstan. And all of the developments are done by us, our team. It's all done in Kazakhstan. And as a result of our IPO, in that communication that we have here with the investors in global markets, of course, we were able to increase the investment attractiveness of the country. So investors that Kaspi has have never invested before into Kazakhstan. And now through us, our investors, largest technology fund, prestigious ones, American investment funds, pension funds. Now, if we're talking about developing the fintech industry, several years ago, nobody could imagine that something like that would be possible in Kazakhstan. And as of today, look at any financial institution. Everybody's innovating. Everybody's doing digitization. 2 or 3 years ago, nobody was doing that. Now everybody's jumped to digitization, and for everyone, that's an important priority. And of course, the infrastructure that's being created by the National Bank with the support of the regulator also facilitates and fosters this innovation in terms of opening accounts online for Kazakhstanis, which was super relevant, especially during the pandemic, when online opening accounts helped receive social benefits and assistance by the population. And also we're doing a lot of work with the government bodies, Ministry of Digitization, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Internal Affairs. And the biggest example is a re-registration of car ownership. Nowhere in the world they have that. Every third car is re-registered within the mobile app, and we believe, and it's pretty evident, that on the one hand, technology and innovation improve the lives of Kazakhstanis and improve their living quality. On the other hand, we're also seeing that the competitiveness of the country is really improving. Nobody carries cash. Everybody buys delivery nowadays. They pay taxes online. They pay their utilities online without a fee. And every financial institution has that almost. So there's a great potential for development. And of course, for that, to support that development, it would be really great to change the regulation also. So if when we communicate with the colleagues, the feedback is that regulation is too harsh and it inhibits development and creation of innovative services. And based on that, at least 3 things can be done specific. Like, first is to give an opportunity to financial institutions to acquire assets that will help them develop their business. Like the Halyk Bank wants to privatize, participate in privatization of Kazpost, purchase mobile operators. So assets, maybe commercial banks will want to buy some assets, and this will help expand their business and create innovative services. Of course, you need to be careful here because these acquisitions are made using the funds of our customers. So second thing is an open banking platform so that everybody would have access to banking information, our customers. This will also help us create innovative services. This will give equal access to many players to customer information. This will increase competition. And already now everybody's creating competitive products, but they'll be doing that even faster. And it'll make financial services more accessible for the citizens. Open API of the banking platform, that's really great, but it's time to do something about that. And the third regulation area is, maybe you won't agree, but to give tech companies an opportunity to also get access to the API and to banking information. Local tech companies, international tech companies, and even foreign financial institutes. I mean, what are we afraid of? Why is Kazakhstan's banking sector afraid of competing with foreign banks and tech companies? We need to enable them access to the Kazakhstani market. That will make it better for the consumer. That is better for competitiveness. I think now we're all doing digitization. If we have foreign tech companies and financial institutes coming in, we'll be developing even faster. That's great. Competitiveness is great. So these three things we need to give an opportunity to the banks to buy assets, and that's already in process. We just need to speed it up, make another banking platform so that the players have access in the open API. And also third, to give foreign financial companies, why not, right? Give them access to the Kazakhstani market so that innovations can develop even faster and competitiveness is even more, and the consumer will win in the end. Kaspi is not afraid of competition, but we know some of our colleagues are against foreign companies coming in the market. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamtazi. Actually, the time of our session is about to be out, so is there a question? There's a question. I just wanted to use this opportunity. I'd just like to thank the speakers, and the question is not only to my colleague from Nur Sultan. We see a lot and we actively socialize, and they try to share our agenda. So the main question, Ms. Omot is a person who is not only the most critical to her work and to us, but she's also probably a big expert of the banking sector, because I'm a veteran of the system. Yes, and she's seen many chairmen of the National Bank, and she's seen the government, and we haven't offered so much innovation throughout the past years. But it's also about the execution. It's also about how we implement all this. It's clear that the past 2 years, the pandemic has really changed our plans. Maybe we've become more organized finally, because we believe that the time gap was always big, and we can afford to do something tomorrow if we don't do it today. But the basic issues that we're touching upon, the development of the financial sector and giving it the role of the initial market driver through lending to the economy, it's always been relevant, and it still is relevant. Unfortunately, now since 2015, the 6 months, our average yearly inflation is more than 7.5%. And everything that was done with our main partner, that was anchoring in inflation. I understand that there are disbalances, and logistics chains are being broken up, and so we are in evolution mode. And I'm quite happy that the government and the head of the government are focusing on issues of pricing as well, because when they implemented a new budget rule, the participation of the National Bank, the economy needs new funds, it needs new inputs, and that the issue of implementation is only then that, considering the current leverage that physical entities and legal entities have for new money that should be in the economy, we need an environment that should be competitive. And I'm not talking about the arbitrage that we have now, which became less, but the issues. Of course, borrowers always look for better conditions.
But I would like to say that issues related to rates, to base rates, and for your marginality has always been relevant. Who is making what? This year, to be honest, starting from the start of this year, we allocate 3.8 trillion tenge. There is a direct correlation. Bank funds have flown into the banks. There is a lot of liquidity in the bank, and we are supporting the banks. But I would like to say that the evolution itself and the achieving of inflationary targeting depends on what we do. We still have questions whether we will have enough space for you to assume risks and start lending. There is a limited number of borrowers in the country, and we are competing for them. Same relates to consumer loaning. There have been a lot of questions about the AKDN. This is a common problem of price stability. The National Bank sticks to its mandate, but monetary and non-monetary factors are disbalanced. We want the monetary part to be balanced. We are talking about reducing import dependency, food safety, and questions related to the quality of investors that are to come. Kazakhstan is not going to produce everything, but we want to find our niches in the global logistic chains. For the first time, our achievement is to coordinate our policies with the government, and the question is not about the format of the agreement. The question is about what we want to achieve. Unfortunately, we will have to to bear with things. We cannot say that 2022 will be great, but in the midterm, as our president has supported, we have set an ambitious goal of 3.4%. But the question is, the financial sector is on the end. I want the financial sector not only to capitalize at the expense of the incomes. So we need to work with the borrowers. We want to work on the distressed assets, because AQR and things that we detected with you, they still remain. So it relates both to large institutions and to mid-sized and small institutions. And I think this is our common task, what we are going to do. Thank you once again. Our atmosphere is a bit different in Almaty. But I would like to thank you to Nur-Sultan people for telling us what we need to do. I also think that this should be only coordinated work with the government, because when the government overwhelms us with money and the national banks wants to kind of sterilize it, it's not the right thing. You have said the targets. However, the Minister of Finance securities are issued with the income of over 10%, and the curve is going up. This is also a signal to the market. So it is either that we will have a bigger margin. Inflation is in the basis of everything that we were talking about. And the investment from Halyk Bank, this is always relevant. And people will be just happy. The Minister of Finance will be just happy to be, receiving security income, bond income at a higher rate. To sum it up, in 2020, in joint effort from different parties, the crisis has been managed, but we still have challenges ahead of us. We are transiting to new rules to counter cyclicity, to decrease transfers from the national fund. The National Bank, in response to the increased inflation risks, started normalizing monetary policy. Given the necessity for recovery growth of the economy. At the same time, we see that short-term measures, the stimulus and the programs that were launched in 2020, the effect will be limited. In this respect, we need to create long-term conditions for growth. In these conditions, we need to provide structural reforms. For these reforms were announced, and these structural reforms on increasing the role of the private sector, on attracting investment, on the increase of performance of the economy. The digitization gives us opportunity to accelerate all these reforms. If we talk about the banking sector, we were able to resolve the issue of historical problems of the last 10 years after the 2008 and 2009 problem. The banking sector emerged sustainable and strong with a great liquidity reserve, with the digital capabilities, which will allow the financial market to start on a new phase on the growth of the sector itself. Given that the National Bank is withdrawing from state programs, there will be a budget consolidation. The role of the financial sector is growing significantly. From the regulator part, they will need to create conditions to create balanced regulation. Also, measures will be taken for balanced regulation to increase competitiveness in the banking sector. At the same time, the main focus in regulation will be provided by protecting consumers. Thank you very much. This session indeed showed us some new opportunities and prospects, and also summed up macroeconomic policy discussions. I think we are wrapping up now. I would like to thank once again the participants.
все, запускаемся. Скажете, когда в лайв выйдем, или мы в лайве уже? Мы? Добрый день всем участникам Конгресса.
Good afternoon to all participants. It's now time for panel sessions. Today, with my colleague Olja Stoleo, we'll discuss the intermediate results of the digital Tenge project. We will try to address to have the digital Tenge. Let's move on to the next slide. The central bank digital value currencies is now a very widespread topic throughout the world. 26 countries are piloting their prototypes, platforms, and 2 regions have implemented. China is, basically operating this project. Currency is something that we're living with. There are 3 main reasons for that. Involvement of public, the so-called financial inclusivity. Second is to improve the national payment systems. And third is to protect from money surrogates. Next slide. We can see the approach taken by the National Bank. In May this year, we published a report for public discussions where we captured our vision on the definition of the digital currency, on its design, and this report laid the basis for discussion of digital currency. So this discussion was held with consumers and with market participants. A big contribution was made by international experts. We have had over 15 meetings that were attended by over 1,000 participants. This allowed us to form the right basis for future research. In parallel, we started on a prototype project. So all in all, this work will lead us by the end of the year to a white paper that will demonstrate the results of this year. And in our white paper, we will try to outline our future steps. Now, let us discuss how we built the pilot. So we identified 6 properties of digital currencies. First, the inclusion of the owner's data into the token. Second is programmability. Third is high level of fault proofness. Fourth is online and offline. So possibility for transactions online and offline. And fifth is the interoperability, seamless integration with other blockchains. And sixth is the effectiveness of the settlement chain. Now, all these attributes, potential of digital Tenge, allow us to modernize national payment systems in these 5 categories that are shown here on the slide. The programmability fact allows us to create new fintech services, which increases supply of these services in the market and stimulates competition. Second, use of smart contracts can be a serious infrastructure for enhancing infrastructure of payments with the participation of state. For example, state procurement, distribution of social benefits. Third, additional infrastructure elements in it affords uninterrupted national payment system work 24/7. Fourth, the possibility of payment offline. This will be an instrument for further penetration of non-cash payments, especially in remote areas with bad internet connectivity. And fifth, it is increasing effectiveness of trans-border payments. If we, for example, have integration of digital currencies of different countries. This slide shows the approach of how we formulated the technical specification to this pilot. Based on the hypothesis that I've just mentioned, we formulated use cases, we analyzed them together with experts, with regulators, and we ended up with a list of scenarios that we are testing, and we're trying to find whether we can have the attributes that we were talking about. So we have 9 scenarios of the pilot project. 3 of them are user stories, testing digital Tenge in real-life situation, and 6 are basic functionality of any payment system, issuance, a possibility of opening an electronic wallet, etc. And the 3 user stories were concentrated on 3 key advantages, potential advantages of digital Tenge. First is payments offline. Second is use of digital Tenge for social payments. For example, there will be a task to form a social wallet with certain properties, with certain restrictions on it. So we check that. And the third thing is, of course, such infrastructural projects require involvement of professional market participants. And it was important for us to check how real it is to integrate existing payment entities, their interfaces, into the digital Tenge platform. And we also found it was implementable. In the technical assessment of hypothesis, we developed new approaches. For example, we had a new approach on the functionality of online payments. We had a new approach on the security of transactions in the large sense of the word, the insurance of anonymity, balance between anonymity and money laundering and financing terrorism. And third, it is targeted use. So there is technical possibility for tokens with special purpose as opposed to special tokens versus general tokens. So let me describe what the digital Tenge is capable of. Offline payment, programmability, integratability, recording of ownership into the token. So if we look at the offline transaction, how it is organized. So there is a distributed register. So there is the national bank node and the notary bank. There are also Banky and Bank B nodes. People, businesses and consumers open their wallets within these financial institutions. For example, a client who wants to buy has their wallet in Bank A, and business has their wallet in Bank B. Let's imagine that both these devices, both these people are offline, there is no internet. How is it going to happen? First, of course, the business raises their invoice, and the consumer using their device makes the payment. So technically speaking, signs the transaction. The 2 people sign the there are 2 signatures, by the customer and by the business. As soon as one of them goes online, it can be client or business, this transaction automatically is sent to the bank signs it, and the bank forwards this transaction to the node of the central bank to validate it. for whether they use real tokens or not. And the central node validates token, and the central node distributes information about this transaction throughout the whole blockchain, and the transaction is considered complete after that. This is how it works offline. The technical details, what was implemented, how it will be done, we will capture this in the white paper. Of course, there are still certain technological risks related to offline payments. There can be advanced attacks like double spending. I think we need to approach it in an integrated way, using both technological and regulatory instruments. This slide shows what blocks we will work on to mitigate these risks. But in detail, we will describe this in our white paper. Let me give floor to Oljas Ayazbevich. He will address the economic aspects of digital tenge. Thank you, Bijan. Dear participants, allow me to continue our description of our status of the digital tenge project. In our first report, in our discussions with the public, apart from technological issues, a lot of people are interested in how digital tenge will be integrated, will fit into the economic system of our country, how it will affect the macroeconomic stability and the transaction business of financial organizations. This is what we are going to address in our talk. So our vision of how we picture the integration of digital tenge on our economy, let us look at a theoretical model. This model is not final. It can be amended with our research. In this model, we provide for 3 economic agents. This is all very simplified. These agents are the National Bank as the regulator and issuer of the digital tenge, Bank A, second-tier bank, and the customer, which we call Alibek. Also, it's very important to understand that to see how digital tenge can affect the economy, we need to also look in parallel at indicators of monetary review. The RM indicators and the money mass, as they call it. So we reduce the money mass to a certain minimum. So we have in the end several. So to understand how introduction of CBDC can affect the economic process, it's important to understand the design chosen by the central bank to introduce digital currency. This slide shows the design that we are now considering as a priority. It stipulates that the National Bank receives an order for the issue of tenge, and the sum is accrued to the Bank A account, and this is how the money flows from National Bank to the second-tier bank. Now, from the standpoint of liabilities of our 3 agents, and there are 3 balance sheets. This is initial situation without digital tenge. The money base here is 4,000 tenge. It consists of cash and corresponding account of Bank A, which is in the liability of the National Bank. And we also provide that there is a certain volume of M1 money mass, which includes cash, current accounts with the bank, and the accounts of other clients. The first iteration requires the issue of 1,000 units of digital Tenge. In this case, what happens? The National Bank replaces this amount of funds with a digital account, and this account gets into the assets of Bank A. And so what do we see here? The main implication that the money mass does not change, only its structure changes. The next stage is about involving Alibek, the client. Alibek orders Bank A to send this issued digital Tenge in the amount of 500 Tenge, and the corresponding account with Bank A gets down, and these funds end up in the assets of Alibek. What do we see? We see that there is a process of flow from Tenge, digital Tenge, into money mass, and the size of the money mass does not change. What we have here is just the change of its structure, namely the reduction of current accounts and increase in cash, M0DT. So as a summary of this model requires that the issue and the launch of digital Tenge does not expand the money mass and the money base. It only changes the structure of money supply. It replaces some of the supply with some digital cash. Now let's look at some key issues. So how, based on this model, the introduction of digital Tenge a little bit. As I have said, the issue of digital Tenge will increase cash, M0, from classical or Keynesian theory. We know that the increase in the volume of cash leads to the acceleration of money turnover, and the speed of money turnover affects demand and can stimulate prices and inflation. As I have said, when digital Tenge is issued in the money mass, the current accounts are replaced with cash, and there will be less money created, and because there is less current accounts, there will be lower loans issued, and the multiplier will be lower. So first we have increased speed. Second, we have reduced money multiplier. These two processes can level each other off, and in this design the impact of the issue of digital Tenge on inflation processes will be coming down to zero. So the issue of digital Tenge should not significantly affect inflation processes and the monetary policy. Another important thing is how the issue of digital Tenge can affect financial stability. Let's start with the fact that since the money mass reduces the current accounts because of growing cash, it can theoretically lead to proxy deficit of liquidity, which can entail increase in interest rate. But because the volume of issue will be proportionate to the current cash level, even with proxy deficits will be lower. Therefore, there will be no significant impact on interest rates in the economy. Another issue is about digital escape. Digital escape is flow of current accounts into digital currency during crisis. So as population trusts national bank more, the public can prefer digital Tenge to their current accounts. But we are certain that National Bank has all necessary instruments monetary instruments, and there are instruments for macroprudential instruments. We also have instruments of limiting the transfer of currents to digital Tenge. This should reduce the risk of digital escape and proxy liquidity deficits. So therefore, we also think that the digital Tenge will not significantly impact financial stability. Another issue that was discussed largely
is that the digital Tenge can put them in a vulnerable state because at some point it can compete with transactional business and financial organizations. But in spite of that, I'd like to note the advantages that can arise from the issuance of the digital Tenge for the financial institutions. In particular, the implementation of the digital Tenge can help them increase the coverage with financial services of potential customers. And also the issuance of the digital Tenge can help develop absolutely new fintech products. So far, we're only suggesting what these products can be, but that's for the market to decide. And we're sure that such a new instrument as the digital Tenge will increase the development of fintech in Kazakhstan. And the last advantages, one of the last advantages I'm going to talk about for business of the digital Tenge is that you will have a platform-based business model which stipulates for a reduction of the dependency on business, dependence on transactional model of earning money. So the digital Tenge can change that paradigm and help them build new products. As the model is theoretical currently, and we don't have enough empirical data so far, we plan in the next year, when this project continues, to do more research, consumer research, to research the behavior of consumers. And this research will help us get the necessary data through which we can digitize certain things that we've tested in our theoretical model, and perhaps we will see some vulnerabilities, perhaps we will understand that the journey selected is correct, and all of that will be in our final report. And I'd like to add here that everything specified here will be more expanded in the report, and me and Mr. Benur are open to all questions. You can email us or write to our social media accounts, and we're ready to answer all your questions, listen to all your suggestions, so you're welcome. And that's pretty much it for the economic aspects of the digital Tenge. Thank you very much, Mr. Tulev, for the detailed explanation of the economic aspects and of our thinking overall in regards to the issue. We wanted to really present our framework today, those theories that we have currently. Of course, this will become more complicated with the growth of data, but this is roughly how we see the project right now. And if you read our report, of course, then you would know that this year we plan to develop the project in 5 stages, and at the end of this year we plan to publish the report about the outcomes of the final pilot project, where we will in detail bring to light what we just talked about in writing, where for each aspect, each economic, methodological aspect, we will have an explanation. That will also include the opinion of the expert community in relation to these issues, and I think this will be a major contribution to the discourse of the digital Tenge. An important issue we wanted to note is that always for the National Bank, in its decision-making model in terms of the digital Tenge, first of all, the consumer will be as a focus. For us, this is our main metric. If all of our research and our discussions with the market, with the experts and experiments prove that the consumer will win as a result, then of course the corresponding decision will be made. If not, then not. But so we do weighted analysis. And this was just a brief review of the interim results of our pilot project. Now, I'd like to note here the big significance of international experts in studying this issue. From the very beginning, they have always been with us, and they've been making their contribution, and really hope that Kazakhstan and the National Bank have made their contribution to the global research agenda. So in part 2 of today's panel session, we will do a little discussion, live discussion. Will be moderated by Dr. Osman Jacques-Mandeng. That is probably one of the leading minds in the sphere of digital, central bank digital currencies and using blockchain for banks in general. So I think he's a great moderator for today's session. And Osman, it's nice to...
Thank you.
Hello? Shall I start?
Yeah.
Very good. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind words and the introduction. Let me just kick it off straight away. So looking forward, we have a fantastic panel to address some of the key questions that were also part of your introduction. I would just like to sort of set the frame and then kick it off with the first panelist. But I think if we take a step back, clearly central bank digital currencies, they are on the rise. There's no doubt about it. I have no doubt that they will be introduced by many central banks over the next few years. But I think it's also important to sort of keep in mind that their adoption is not uncontroversial, and that we do have pushback, in particular from some of the incumbents. And I think, if you take a historical perspective, I think it is interesting to sort of reflect on the fact what CBDC really is. I mean, for us, it is very much the introduction of a new medium. So we have banknotes today, and we have book entry monies or reserves, and in the future we may have tokenized central bank money. And really the innovation is the adoption of a new medium, of a token that will allow certain transactions that the conventional mediums we have today simply cannot perform. And I think it is quite reminiscent of the debate we had with the introduction of modern banknotes in the 19th century. Very controversial at the time as well. Paper currency was seen to be highly inflationary and to cause major disturbances in a system that was then dominated by specie payments, so silver and gold coins, and also the very introduction of central banks at the time. I think it's fair to remember that the United States took a while to introduce a central bank, only in 1913, and at the time same concerns that we hear today from CBDC, namely, a big central bank, a big government institution will step in and it will crowd out private banks and private transactions. And very much the same debate we have today when it comes to concerns by the financial sector regarding the introduction of a potential CBDC. I think let's remind ourselves, CBDC is not necessary to do everything better, but it is very much about the diversification of payments. It is to equip central banks and central bank money with new functionalities, to extend utility and reach of central bank money. And I think it is therefore very much about ensuring that going forward there will continue to be equitable access to the central bank's balance sheet across a broader range of financial market infrastructures. I think this is very much what CBDC is about, and it will lead to some extent. And here maybe we need to be cautious also to a new division of labor between the different monies that we have in our economies. And I think it'll be a debate between private monies versus central bank monies. And I think one concern could be indeed that CBDC may increasingly encroach onto transactions that are now conducted in bank monies. So that certainly is a concern and merits reflection. And we also have, with the new functionalities of CBDC, possibly new division of labor between fiscal and monetary operations. I think here it's also key that we preserve that boundary between fiscal and money, and where CBDC may represent a new infrastructure, it should not lend itself necessarily, certainly not by the central bank, to start doing fiscal operations, which obviously should remain with the government. And then I think a last possible new division of labor is between national and international currencies. CBDC, I think, will have a particularly large impact on international transactions, where it lends itself better to serve as a settlement medium for international payments. So here also we are likely to see possibly a new division of labor between national currencies used in international transactions. And I think this is where possibly we can have one of the greatest contribution of CBDC, is also to allow smaller currencies to play a greater role in international payments and thereby help to sort of rebalance the international monetary system as we know it today. So to kick it off, we'll address three different types of questions. We start first with Ashley Lindquist, which we've met a few years ago, who's very active at the WEF and does fantastic work there. Ashley is going to focus on financial inclusion, I understand. So Ashley, please kick it off. We have all 5 minutes going forward, so be sharp on the time, and please, the floor is yours, Ashley.
Thank you, Usman, and thank you everyone for having me. It's great to speak with you. So I'd like to discuss the topic of CBDC and financial inclusion. We could go to the next slide, please. Financial inclusion is one of perhaps 8 specific policy goals that one can describe for CBDC. And for emerging and developing economies, it's right about at the top priority according to January BIS survey data, along with domestic payment system efficiency. So what I'm showing here is the 8 policy goals for CBDC and financial inclusion and domestic payment efficiency right up at the top. Many of these other policy goals were introduced in the opening remarks, such as the fiscal relief payments and improving payments and banking competitiveness, and some others. In many cases, success of CBDC towards these goals isn't 100% guaranteed. So what I'm also going to try to do in my remarks about financial inclusion is illustrate the challenges associated to keep in mind as advice. Next slide, please. So the general premise of CBDC for financial inclusion is that the CBDC can create a lower cost or more widely accessible saving, deposit, or payment service. Basically, we could increase the access to and use of valuable payment or deposit saving products and services to people who might not have access today within the jurisdiction. How might this happen? Perhaps, although not necessarily, the public sector could sponsor or subsidize the fees or costs involved. This could be with a public-private partnership of the telecom industry, or offering free service, free hardware even, and of course, avoiding any fees associated with the accounts. They have no account minimums or no extra fees. It could also be the case, perhaps, that the central bank may be willing to offer CBDC with lower know your customer or government identification requirements than the private sector currently offers. I believe that this is part of the value proposition of the Bahamas early CBDC. And then third, it could be the case that CBDC, from a technical perspective, can itself fundamentally achieve lower costs and lower complexity for domestic or also cross-border payments if it's avoiding the more expensive interactions of commercial banks because transactions settle directly with the central bank accounts. So that's the picture of how this could work for financial inclusion. Overall, one can say that this fills a gap for a low-cost, convenient, or reliable savings, deposit, or payment service that the private sector has not yet provided. Or in other words, the theory is that there is demand for a service that is unmet by the private sector, and the public sector has the capability and willingness to step in and provide it. Next slide. So it's important to think about and emphasize how the public sector is performing something that can't be achieved by the private sector for this particular use case of financial inclusion. Where does CBDC enable a capability that cannot realistically occur with public policy or the private sector? Where does the private sector potentially lack incentives to do so, and expenditures of political or economic capital then would be incurred with other policy instruments? So big recommendations here as well are really considering where something is not feasible, not being done by the private sector. Sometimes we think, or it's said in CBDC, that the CBDC could enable open-loop interoperable payment systems, but that's also something highly achievable in most countries in the private sector. Also, many public policy interventions can help improve financial inclusion, such as regulatory limits on bank fees or account minimums, deposit insurance requirements for safety, or financial education campaigns. Obviously, all of this is highly dependent on the specific jurisdiction, and I'm speaking in only very general terms, but this is just general guidance. And lastly, it's important for any of the policymakers considering this issue to have a very clear identification of what they want to achieve with financial inclusion and why certain populations are unable to have access today, and how it is that CBDC addresses those specific barriers. It was mentioned earlier about offline payments. So if the necessity is to create offline capabilities, then one must design accordingly. Lastly, it's not impossible that the CBDC worsens inclusion and can actually widen inequality or gaps in access to the digital and financial services if they are not appropriately considering how to address and resolve the barriers to inclusion that people experience. So that is a bit of a warning. And that is all for my talk, and I look forward to the continued conversation.
Thank you very much, Ashley. And I think it's important indeed to sort of highlight that fiscal inclusion may not necessarily be something that really central banks should be concerned with. It may be the government that needs to look after it. But the good points definitely you mentioned. So we're moving to Willy Lim, who works for R3, who is offering one of the key blockchains when it comes to CBDC, Corda. I have to say that in many central bank experiments I've been working on, we are using. So Willy, please go ahead on programmability. What does it all mean?
Thank you, Dr. Osman. It's good to be here today. And yes, I would like to discuss a topic around programmability. Next slide, please. As central bank continue to progress on CBDC, learnings from high-profile projects, as Dr. Osman has suggested, that it is apparent that CBDC is not just solely on digitizing a legal tender or facilitates instant settlement. We also need to consider, like in other words, efficiency is just only the beginning. We see analysis are now being put forward, rippling to other focus areas such as distribution model, AML compliance, addressing digital literacy, as like what Ashley is mentioning around like closing the gap of financial inclusion, and most importantly, the impact to the ecosystem. After all, CBDC is a universal social utility. With an appropriate technology in place such as DLT, AI, overlaid with governance and policies, it has the potential of addressing current challenges from fraud mitigation to enabling a vibrant ecosystem that promotes inclusive and competitive landscape. And we're starting to see important features brought by this technology that gives policymakers a tool that has a potential of creating positive implication to the ecosystem. Now, programmability is one of these features that is now subject of being under discussion and being piloted by several projects. Next slide, please. Now, programmability is a new concept that has been introduced by CBDC. When talking about programmability of CBDC, let's first explain the difference between programmable money and programmable payments. The two terms are often used are interchangeable, but in fact they are completely different. Before I explain programmable money or programmable CBDC, let me start with programmable payments. The term programmable payments refers to an innovative way to transact payments which offer functional benefits, enable new processes, and support new business models. Basically, it's programming transaction of payments to behave in certain ways that will achieve a definite outcome or objective. For example, fraud detection. Now, programmable payment without programmable money can be less efficient. This is because programmable payment will need to be applied to various channels used by payers and payees. Now, with plethora of digital channels, as you can see, there are several channels being introduced out there. This will be challenging to enforce standardization, consistency, and obviously it's also cost. Now, if this is not addressed, this may lead to a higher barrier for competition, resulting to potential concentration risks. Now, next slide, please. Now, let me focus on programmable money. Now, unlike our traditional fiat money, which is analog, CBDC enabled by what Dr. Osman suggested earlier, a smart contract, has the potential to be programmed by policymakers to behave certain ways with an intended outcome. Now, for example, we're bringing characteristics to a CBDC, such as like we can assign rules such as like who can be a bearer, the type of transactions that it can be used, or we can set future dated payment events. Now, in other words, rules can be wrapped on the CBDC to have a defined and deterministic characteristics. Now, this program can now be embedded in CBDC, executed, and move across in the ecosystem. It can allow traditional distributors like the financial services or payment service providers to embed additional rules as well, unique to its organizational requirements. So could be like compliance checks, such as like limit enforcement that requires a secondary validation or validator or verifier before a CBDC payment can be finalized between the payer and the payee. Now, next slide, please. Now, let's now review the levers of programmable money. Let's take a deeper analysis. We can now conclude that we are not just making money more efficient via digitization, but enabling the purpose of using money more efficient and more relevant as we head towards like a cashless society. Now, for example, at the bank's levels, programmable money is widely thought can reduce the cost of AML operations. Now, not only it will eliminate duplicate processes siloed by individual bank processing, but it also promotes standardization of mandatory rules being enforced by regulators. Now, for payers and payees, CBDC can be configured that can solely be used for purchase of certain goods, such as like, or CBDC enforcing prevention of illicit transactions, or for regulations to be able to prevent such as like minor from purchasing like alcohols, for example. Now, we're starting to visualize of implementing more efficient programmable payment use cases, of course, with programmable CBDC. Now, next slide, please. Now, these are just a highlight of some of the application of potential like application of programmable money. Now, I provided here are real-life examples on where policy can be programmed. For example, like birthday cash gifts, such as that being distributed by the Italian government to the citizens for cultural activities. Now, other examples could be like as alternative to food vouchers or program rules, such as I mentioned earlier, for children spending money. Now, this is where this will get interesting. Now, let's assume we retain the current intermediation model, where a commercial bank continues to be distributor of CBDC. We can see applications and innovation beyond the payment use cases. Now, for instance, financial services with programmability can model CBDC as a loan contract where disbursement can only happen as long as it matches the purpose of the loan. No other example like CBDC can be wrapped with a similar to like a post-dated checks where CBDC can only be used with a future settlement date. This allows businesses to use CBDC as a collateral similar to invoice financing, further improving access to loans. Now, another real-life example where we at RC are working in collaboration with the Public Debt Office and the Central Bank, where modeling CBDC is a retail savings bond with a feature of payment instrument that allows the payee to be able to earn interest coming out from the bond. Now, this is just some of the examples, and there are definitely endless possibilities and more use cases, and there are also considerations that we need to consider. Now, let me end my presentation with a proposition. I would like to challenge and inspire the NBK and the community in Kazakhstan, the fintech community, to think about the potential application of programmable money. Thank you for the session, and over back to you, Dr. Osman.
Thank you very much, really. Very interesting indeed. Programmability is one of the key features, the novelty that comes with the adoption of token. And last but certainly not least, Arif Ismail with the International Monetary Fund. I hope the fund will see in CBDC a possibility to improve the international monetary system, of course, going forward. Please, on monetary policy, what can CBDC do?
Fantastic, Osman. Thanks for having me. It's always a delight to be in touch. And the discussions have been absolutely stunning. So maybe next slide. I want to start off maybe a little bit differently, so bear with me. I think this is a complex topic. I think the discussion so far has already raised a number of really key matters on monetary policy, as well as financial stability. So I'll just provide an appetizer, Osman, in the 5 minutes or so. But I thought maybe a good thing to do is just to take a step back before just diving into impacts on monetary policy and financial stability. And in reflecting on just taking a step back, I thought to myself, you know, let's say we get to the end of time, that there's such a notion. We get to the end of time. And we ask ourselves, Osman, what is the greatest invention that would have been created by humankind? I put my money on money. You know, when I think about it, I think it's probably the biggest, greatest technological innovation ever. And then I ask myself, what's the second greatest innovation? And I put my money on the interest rate, interest on money. And having said that, I sit back and I reflect and I think, wow, money and the ability to link interest to it. And when I sit back and reflect on where we are, just hit the pause button, I kind of look at this diagram and I go, from all the comments that all the speakers have made, including yourself, we're at an incredible moment. You know, whether it's private money as you captured it, you know, first generation crypto assets like Bitcoin or stable coins, or even, as you point out, you know, this new medium, as you described it, central bank digital currency. It's an incredible moment to be at, and to think about the different design aspects. And of course, I think the initial speakers, Enur and so on, have captured a number of different design aspects. But there are two that I want to focus in on from a monetary policy perspective. Next slide, please. So the two that I think, in reflection, that would have potentially the greatest impact on monetary policy is levels of access. And by that I mean who gets access to the CBDC as an example, right? Would that be the larger citizen base? Would that be the wholesale market? Would that be non-residents in a particular jurisdiction like Kazakhstan? Or would that even be residents in another jurisdiction? To your point about the cross-border and international dimension. So I think this variable, which is the level of access, is quite an important one to think about in terms of design. But certainly the bigger variable from a monetary policy perspective is going to be the level of remuneration. What would the interest rate be on such an instrument? Would it be zero? Would it be positive? Would it be slightly positive? Would it be negative? And the question then is, for central banks, why would you even be considering this? And generally in the literature and the debates and from central bank practitioners, two things have emerged. First one is, there's a potential to strengthen the pass-through policy rate to money markets and deposit rates and so on. And the second, of course, is in unusual times as we've been, is to alleviate the effect of lower bound. And this is the rate at which it becomes profitable for commercial banks to strip money back, you know, into cash. And the thought that then strikes us is, well, if those are the two things, well, do central banks actually need a new instrument to effect the monetary policy? And generally, the debate so far has been, we do not think that there's a need to strengthen the pass-through rate through CBDC. And therefore, you know, if you design it based on, you know, having potentially zero remuneration and mimicking cash, you would have very limited impact on monetary policy, and the way that you buy, as has been described, cash, etc., would be the mechanics that get implemented, for a typical CBDC. And again, there's been debates around, well, would it actually address the effects of a zero lower bound? And again, it depends on whether larger denomination notes, etc., are stripped. So if I had to sum up this particular angle, I would say the practical implications then are that depending on these two variables, you could have very large implications, as you captured in your initial remarks, on the balance sheet of banks, central banks in particular. But generally, so far, that is not what we're seeing in the particular designs that are emerging. The designs are very much based on some of the other speakers, like Ashley and so on addressing financial inclusion and those matters. Then my last slide. So next slide, please. I think the second speaker captured this all very well in terms of the implications on stability. And very quickly, 3 thought experiments again to conclude. So the first one is, what happens if you design this like digital cash, and pretty much that's all that you impact? And I think we would all agree. This would just be a substitution for cash to digital cash, and the impact on financial intermediation would be very low. But the reality is that the likelihood is that you're going to find that some aspects of substitution for deposits will be occurring. And that's dependent on a whole range of factors. And I think the comments have already been well captured. What could the implications be if there is a strip to some of the deposits? You could see banks increasing their deposit rates. You could see increases to lending. You could see increases to transaction fees. You could see shrinks to commercial banks' balance sheets. But all of this, as has been pointed out, could be very carefully thought about in the design with the use of limits and so on. So I'll conclude by saying increased or decreased stability risk. And my punchline would be, well, it depends on the design, as has been captured early on. So I'll pause there. We're probably running out of time. And my tagline would be, keep calm, design, but design is not easy. Keep in mind these 2 particular variables, and good luck. Look forward to the discussions as well. Let me pause there, Osman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting remarks, and I think indeed access, it is the combination, I think, of CBDC and reviewing access policy, which I think really gives us or approaches us to sort of a new dimension that CBDC can provide for central banks. Now, we have been invited now by the NBK to comment briefly on the project that they are implementing. The retail CBDC, as had been described by Binur in the first session. So I would just kick it off, and the idea is really just to briefly comment what are your sort of the key insights you see from what had been presented, and possibly comment on what could be possible steps going forward. I think from my point of view, I think of course I congratulate NBK to have taken it to that level. The consideration for implementing a retail CBDC, again, I think it is not so much CBDC as a payment instrument, which I think is interesting, but it is very much as a settlement infrastructure, how it can improve, not necessarily at the front end, but in particular at the back end of processing payments and establishing an alternative to what are the current core systems that basically rely on very indirect payment relationships that tend to be fairly intransparent, slow, and to some extent quite costly. So the check clearing, the card networks, the ACHs, this is where I think CBDC can play a key role. So if it's not so much as a payment instrument, but certainly as a settlement infrastructure, I think it can make a significant contribution on how we think payments should be processed in an economy. I think coming back on the point I raised on access, I think access will be key. Hopefully, as as a possible next iteration, giving consideration, how could the Tenge, a digital Tenge, serve possibly in regional transactions to promote a regional financial integration? Can it be more effective? In particular, to some extent, could it maybe replace even reliance on mostly third country currencies for conducting international trade, and thereby promote potentially what could be a new periphery for the digital Tenge and possibly other currencies in that area. So just a quick view here on the project, and please, Ashley, offer us your thoughts now.
Thank you, Usman. I also congratulate the NBK, and I was surprised last year, I believe, when the first announcement came out and how rapidly you produced the initial draft report, and how focused you are in this research, and that you'll be producing another report, I suppose, next month, it sounds like. I agree with the previous remarks and emphasize the need to identify a clear set of policy goals and ensure that CBDC is truly the best solution to meet those specific goals, as opposed to other alternative policy solutions or technical solutions, or solutions that could be found in the private sector. That's a general remark to all countries, and just one that we at the World Economic Forum feel is imperative given the risks and costs at play with the introduction of the CBDC.
Very good. Ashley, that's it?
That's it.
Okay, very good. All right. Willie, please, if you could offer us your insights on the NBK project.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I would like to relay my congratulations to the NBK team. This is really, I've been with a lot of projects with CBDC. This is usually a humongous Hercules task. In fact, technology is just only probably the easiest among when it comes to delivery. The one thing that I really like and called out is really the application of offline payment and addressing digital literacy. I've gone through a lot of projects. I myself also have been an experience of being an underbank, moving to another country. Things like this, we usually took it for granted, but I'm hoping that with this, whatever the outcome of the study, will help address and close that gap. And I can see, like in one of the recent report that I did, the digital literacy is a massive problem even in the current state. So I'm hoping that with CBDC, with the right policy in place, acting is really like a true issuance direct with a legal tender that promotes trust. This will hopefully encourage the developers, the application builders to design a more, would say, like friendly, easier usage for how you use CBDC, while at the same time without compromising risk and security. So yes, and again, congratulations to the NBK team, and I look forward on the next phases of this project.
Many thanks, Willie. And I think it's important indeed to remind ourselves that the discussion we have on the very basic aspects, like what is money really, and certainly what is the division of labor between central bank money and bank money. I think this is where CBDC has already made a great contribution in that it allowed citizens sort of to reflect on these issues that we took for granted, but in fact they cannot be taken for granted. Ari, please, if you offer us your last comments.
Thank you very much. I think it is again highly impressive to be able to sit back and observe this project as it goes through its different phases. And what strikes me about the approach is just the very discipline of thinking about this CBDC through multiple kind of dimensions, whether that's the legal dimension, the technical dimension, the operational dimension, the monetary policy and financial stability dimension, the economic implications, etc. It's highly impressive to see this kind of disciplined approach. What strikes me in this is that it's not just words, it's not just showcasing, marketing, branding, if I could put it that way. When I think of the key kind of 6 features and functions described earlier on, the 9 scenarios, with the 3 use cases, as well as the clinical thinking around, well, we've got a theoretical model, we think about what the implications may be, but we're very open, very humble in terms of learning from the data, the empirical data. I think these are wonderful kind of design elements and wonderful in the approach. My sense again then is, if I had to conclude, is to say, the reason why I keep saying design is not easy is that we only know what we know now. Some of the unknowns we'll get into, and the unintended consequences as things hit in the real world. And therefore, I'm very humbled by this approach by the National Bank of Kazakhstan, and truly look forward to seeing what comes out of the empirical data. My humble pitch would be, we can certainly help as the IMF in terms of providing support, in terms of doing analysis, especially from an empirical perspective, and we look forward to continuing to help where we can. So I'll finish off with those words, Osman. Thank you.
Many thanks. And I'm conscious of the time, so we are on the hour. Thank you. Many thanks to Ashley, to Arif, to Willie for your remarks. I pass it back to you. Just a final comment. Many thanks for the initiative, for having invited us here, and for the opportunity to sort of comment on the exciting project that you're pursuing. Many thanks. Beno, back to you, please.
Thank you, Osman. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your warm wishes and words. Once again, it's a great pleasure to having all of you with us today, because I think your input is invaluable for our project, for everyone in this panel actually put their, some level of thought to our research. So thank all of you. Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, now I think our panel session was a success, and we've managed to discuss at which stage of the project we are now, where we're moving further, what the international experts think about that. And I'd like to say once again that in December of this year, 15th of December roughly, we will publish the final report as a result of the pilot project of the digital Tenge, where we will demonstrate which achievements we have and the results that we have, and we'll share our thoughts about where the project is going to head further. So let's keep in touch, and let me pass the floor to Oljas.
Many thanks for your support. I think that we will continue our work, and it is a big pleasure for you for your support, and I think that your opinion and your work and your involvement in our work, it means I think that it can be a huge contribution for achieving our goals. Уважаемые участники.
Dear participants of the panel session, I'm really happy that you were here with us till the end. And one more thing I'd like to reiterate, we are truly open to any kinds of questions, and we do have accounts pretty much in all social networks. Our corporate emails are available to anybody who wants to find them. So please write a message. You can criticize, you can it's better if you say something nice, I guess, but we'll be happy about that. But still, we're open to cooperation, and this will just make us better. So thank you very much. All the best.
Good day, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you at our session. I would like to congratulate you all with the financial day of the financiers and with the 30th anniversary of Kazakhstan. Wish you prosperity and well-being for your families. The topic of our discussion is Sustainable Development Goals for Kazakhstan, Corporate Governance, Green Economy, Social Responsibility. Thank you very much to our colleagues from the UNDP for providing us with a funny video which is reflecting the topic of our today's discussion. Could you please start the video?
Вы в порядке? Вам нужна минутка? Хорошо. Отлично. Слушайте внимательно, люди. Я кое-что знаю о вымирании. Позвольте мне сказать вам, что вымирание — это плохо. И я надеюсь, вы тоже знаете.
Listen to me carefully. I know something about the dying out. You're striving to that, but this is the most strange thing I have heard in the 70 million years. We were facing asteroid, and what is your reason? You're coming to the climatic catastrophe, but every year hundreds of billions of the national funds are spent by the states for the minerals mining. Can you imagine if you would subsidize the same amount for the huge asteroids? This is what you are doing. I think what you could do with this money. All over the world people live in poverty. Don't you think that would be more reasonable to pay this money to help them instead of dying out of the whole species of the mankind, of the human beings? You have a chance to improve the economy and get back to recovery from the pandemic. This is a good chance for the whole human beings society. Don't choose dying out. Save yourself before it's too late. It's time to stop finding the causes and reasons. It's time to act. Thank you. Yes, the time to change has come. The questions of the global sustainable development and transfer to the green economy is the key agenda all over the world. The concept of sustainable development is a sort of paradigm of the new development and strategy for the whole planet, for the Earth. In the summit of Glasgow of the UN have called to react to the climate change. The measures taken are not enough, but since the countries have to focus on the fast recovery after the pandemic, including the mined minerals, nevertheless, all the countries have agreed on the understanding of the climate change's problems. Financial organizations and large financial institutions, large investors are able to be the main driver in transition to the sustainable development of economies. It is planned that by the year 2025, 1/3 of all assets will be the assets devoted to the sustainable development. This will be $53 trillion. Today, the largest financial institutions plan their expenses by 2030 for the SDG project development, $750 billion. $1 trillion is planned by the Bank of America. More than 450 financial organizations all over the world, banks, insurance companies, and pension funds with a total volume of assets $130 trillion have joined this initiative for the carbon neutrality. Today's focus of our discussion will be placed from the theoretical vision of the role of the financial market in the building of the financial stable economy to the domestic Kazakhstan financial market and the whole economy transition to ESG and green economy. It is a balanced system of control of human risks, ecological and social risks, and the main issues here is the readiness of our market to transformation and difficulties in choosing the profits of investments and ESG parameters. The possibility to find the correct investor and correct project in our economic conditions, as you understand, it is quite difficult. We see that Kazakhstan has joined the initiative of decarbonization of economy in October in the conference, the way for achieving goals of Paris Agreement of carbon neutrality. The head of our state has informed of the doctrine of carbon neutrality by 2060. Starting from this year, we have an economic code. Green taxonomy is developed, taking into account dependence of economy on carbon. The low carbon development of Kazakhstan strategy is being developed. As for the financial market, we have tried to create the required regulatory legal base for the use of the green financing instrument, green social bonds, sustainable development bonds, and green credits or loans. In 2020-2021, we have attracted about 55 billion Tenge for placement in green and social bonds, and there is active work on development of social projects placed on the platforms of Kazakhstan stock exchanges. In this sense, it is very interesting to understand the opinion of the internal and international experts about the initiatives and measures to be taken on sustainable development and forecasts we have in each of our financial institutions. Let me introduce to you the participants of our discussion. Vitaly, representative of the UNDP in Kazakhstan, Vitaly Vremish. Thank you for participating in our discussion. Thank you very much. Tatiana Tso, Deputy Director of the Department for Financial Institutions, European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. Gauhar Buribayeva, Chairman of the Management Board, Damu Entrepreneurship Development Fund. This is one of the most active issuer in the sphere of social and green financing. Alina Aldambergen, Chairman of the Management Board, Kazakhstan Stock Exchange. Nazira Sadbekova, Head of Functioning Directorate, Eurasian Development Bank. Tiana Georgievna, I would like to start with you. As of today, EBRD is one of the largest investors in the ecological projects, green projects, to the amount of 15.3 billion euro. The bank is determining the trends, approaches to financing of ESG. They determine the principles used by the investors and issuers. Recently, EBRD has stated that starting from the 2022, EBRD has stated that they will ensure compliance with the requirements on achievement of zero emissions by the year 2050. In your opinion, Tatiana, what measures should be taken for transition to the carbon neutrality in Kazakhstan, and what should be done by us as regulator and the market as a whole? Thank you very much for your questions. This is a very relevant topic which is discussed by the financial regulators, by the international organizations and commercial organizations. We believe that Kazakhstan has a huge potential in adoption of the ESG principles, and today many things have been done. In particular, the concept of development of Kazakhstan and achievement of carbon neutral program by 2060, development of the green financial system and creation of the regional hub on the green investments, we believe that the main thing which should have been done is determination of the problem and development of the measures for its solution. This all has been done. The next step, we believe, should be development of the required regulatory requirements for participants of the market, because according to our polls made in the previous year of the commercial banks in all countries of the Central Asia, including Kazakhstan, how they understand the relevance of this problem, not all of them included into the list of their priorities, and not all of them plan introduction of ECG in the nearest future. Partially, this position can be explained by the lack of the obligatory regulatory requirements to the market participants, but also absence of the expertise in this sphere, because this topic is very relevant, but it is quite recent. That is why maybe our recommendations would be to expedite or accelerate the preparation of the regulatory documents and norms, to provide more trainings for the market participants, and also involve in the discussion a wider group of stakeholders, not banks, insurance and financial companies, but also the corporate sector, because there are risks and problems connected with the climate change. They are relevant not only for the financial sectors, but for the corporate partners as well. From our side, we are ready to provide the financial and technical support and share the expertise. At the regulatory level, I would like to add that recently a special club of central banks was created recently, which includes 83 central banks and regulatory authorities all over the world. The club was established for the discussion of issues connected with the climate change and risks connected with that process, and development of measures on prevention of these risks. They discuss these phenomena, they discuss stress testing and development of recommendations. That is why joining this club would be very useful for Kazakhstan, because this information very relevant and it can be received by Kazakhstan. Thank you. Mr. Remish, thank you very much for your participation in the 9th Congress of Financiers. It would be difficult to imagine our today's session without a representative of the UNDP, of the UN, which is the author of the concept of the sustainable development. We would like to have more details about the work performed in Kazakhstan, in particular assistance to transition to the green economy. We know that several projects were launched in the years 2017, 2020. How do you cooperate with the financial institutions of Kazakhstan in terms of transition to the green economy? Thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation. On behalf of the UNDP, let me congratulate you, the financiers, with your financial professional day, and all participants to the 30th anniversary of Kazakhstan, and to emphasize huge and absolute progress in development starting from the beginning of the independence period of the country. I would like to emphasize a little bit the topic of the session, Sustainable Development Goals, and thank you for this opportunity to speak about the achievements and about what is to be done for the Sustainable Development Goals achievement in Kazakhstan. To say briefly of what we have done in the previous year with the government after signature of the agenda on Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. Kazakhstan has achieved many good results on the way to sustainable development. In particular, these results were introduced in the first national review at a large political forum for sustainable development in New York, and it was held as the first regional summit for mobilization of financing to achieve the SDG, because financing is the main topic which is missing, a missing chain to meet the objectives agreed or adopted. At the level of the Coordination Council, which was held this year, there were several important steps made. First of all, the list of national indicators was adopted for the Sustainable Development Goals. I will tell you why it is important. Also, relevant plans were adopted by the government, and decision to provide in the year 2022 another report where all the UN agencies will support. As for financing of the Sustainable Development Goals, I would like to emphasize that for the financial institutions, and we cooperate in this sphere with the actors of the financial market, the Sustainable Development Goals are a useful framework to follow the progress of the national priorities and national standards, and acceleration of development in the development sphere should be supported by the financial resources and should be linked to the indicators and objectives. That's why it was important to adopt and bring the national status to these goals and indicators so that they could be linked to the financial flows. And the UNDP, together with our colleagues from other UN agencies, started to work on design or development of Kazakhstan in Kazan of the Integrated National Financing Network. This is the first offer from the UNDP as a mechanism which will allow developing the decisions or solutions to perform, to supplement the existing lags, to eliminate the existing lags by the year 2030, as an example, in the priority areas determined by the government and society. Why do we need this framework, this program, INFF? To mobilize the additional financing which is lacking, because the government budget is not the only source to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This complex system would allow the countries, if we include Kazakhstan, to study the spectrum of financial resources existing and available for the sustainable development from private, public, international, national financial sources, and it will increase the possibility to agree these flows with the priorities. In this sense, we provide the technical assistance and we invite the government to adopt this system in Kazakhstan. A little bit about the public finances. We are working in close cooperation with the government. Through our expertise or technical assistance, we provide the possibility, the opportunity to use the budget tagging, so-called tagging or coding of budget. Kazakhstan has achieved certain progress to orient the budget to the results within the framework of the strategic government planning, and the SDGs are included into the development of national projects. There are processes of harmonization of the national programs, and currently we support development of such approach to the preparation of the budget according to the Sustainable Development Goals, and a number of 169 goals of SDGs should be approved according to the national programs. As for this budget target, climate tagging is very important.
Let me speak a little bit in details how to provide the financing of climate-oriented programs. In order to provide correct financing, we should do that correctly in order to reach the Paris Agreement goal. You have already shown several statistics from Glasgow. Despite the case's investigation, we see that there is not enough of investments in order to make the transfer to the green economy. There are preliminary estimations saying that there is a deficit on the green economy that makes up 2.3 billion US dollars per year. Taking into consideration the environmental parameters and priorities, there is a key issue: how to speed up transfer to the model of green economy via establishment of system of green financing in the country, in order to develop business in the financially friendly environment. We need to join government and private sector efforts. And regarding the state financing, national financing, according to our evaluation, there is a small understanding of the expenses that are spent for the environment protection, and it menaces the efforts of Kazakhstan in their efforts bringing the balance. And we need to consider the options of climate tagging. That's why we provide our technical assistance. Also, it is important to provide the tagging for the private financing. And we are ready to provide technical assistance not only to the government, but also to our financial partners to implement ESG. And our experts from the financial department can provide appropriate consultancies and tools. And in the global level, there are several tools such as ESG impact, risk insurance, task and boards initiatives, and other ones as well. Thank you once again for showing the video in the beginning of our session, because this video is inviting the countries to step-by-step refusal from the subsidies for the mineral resources extraction and from those subsidies. And it comes along with the SDG and climate goals in order to transfer from the mineral resources to the environmentally friendly resources in order to save the planet. And according to the energy agency, International Atomic Energy Agency, the subsidies for the mineral extracted resources is still there in more than 40 countries, so Kazakhstan is not alone. So we can provide the global expertise, and we can work on that together with the Kazakhstani government and also with private partners. The lessons learned in our work while recovering from the post-lockdown period shows that the green economy stimulation policies are having advantages. For instance, the green construction and the infrastructure of modeling can provide the multiplying effect. It's not only about expenses, but also it is about the benefits for the government. There are researches proving that the infrastructure of the clean energy is requiring lots of labor, and we suppose that each US dollar of expenses is giving the complete fulfillment of infrastructure with the labor, and only 2.5 times can be paid off in the mineral resource extraction. And regarding the UNDP projects implemented in this area in Kazakhstan starting from 2017, and our partnership together with DAMU within the frames of the project together with the Ministry of Infrastructural Development Together we developed different mechanisms, and now we perform evaluation on the pilot projects performed. And I'm sure that in the future we are going to diversify them and expand them as well. And we invite international financial institutions to join our efforts. There are progresses achieved in that direction. In a conclusion, regarding your question, in Kazakhstan, the projects that I mentioned before is to compensate the CO2 footprint, and also project on the improvement of agriculture, the ecotourism, the green jobs creation. And besides cooperation with Damu, we also launched the microfinancing scheme of Damu for the populations living in different territories, launching 83 projects all over the country. We performed subsidies for the low-carbon projects and on modernization of existing buildings. We attracted 100 projects from business. 36 of them got financing in a partnership with a foundation, and it is financed by the Global Environmental Foundation. And also they were the first green bonds to the amount of $500,000 US. And also, let me summarize, there is an interconnection and interdependence between SDG 17 and SDG 169. That's why it's extremely important to provide a multifaceted approach between the state and private sector in order to reach such ambitious goals. Not only SDG, but also to comply with the climate agenda and decarbonization of economy. And also to reach the level that Kazakhstan is targeting to. In case of the gaps in financing, it's important to develop different solutions that I described above. We should join international global resources in order to establish an integrated financing framework in order to see the flows of financing and the way they reach the impact development. Let me finalize in order to give you more time to discuss it with experts, and I'm ready to answer the questions regarding our projects. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vremish. I'm sure Gauhar Buribaeva is going to give us more details about Damu projects. Thank you very much for inviting me in such a professional event. Let me provide you with the achievements ESG. Let me congratulate you with the forthcoming holiday of finances. The top management of the foundation is regulated with ESG standards and normative documents, and we comply with the SDG UNDP. And we participate in the implementation of SDG UNDP. International investors are rendering much more focus into compliance of SDG, and also we are dealing with the transfer of Kazakhstan to the green economy basis. In order to improve the life quality of the population, and Damu Foundation, being the governmental institution, is bringing the impact. We have stipulated policies to implement those tasks. Currently, the foundation supported 118 projects to the total amount 136 billion tenge. And within the frames of UNDP projects, our foundation is supporting green projects in partnership with the UN and the Global Environmental Fund. According to the Sustainable Development in Cities, we have a joint project in the sphere of the green financing. It was launched in 2017. UNDP provided the financing in the amount of $3 million to provide the subsidies on the main debt and the support of the city infrastructure and to shrink the CO2 footprint. It would be interesting to understand where the money was spent. Kızılorda project using PP project implemented the central heating system. Also in Şiili village, Kızılorda village. The central heating system working before with the coal, now replaced with a gas system. Purely green project. Also in Karaganda region, we supported the modernization of the boiling house that was built in 1960. This project shrinked the expenses twice and cut the coal emissions, CO2 emissions. And you see, those projects are really green-based projects, and this way we can explain that owing to this program, the final rate for the entrepreneur, the interest rate is 3–4%. And before we established the committee on the project management, and we were choosing the best experts in this sphere, we were tackling each project in details, and we had representatives from different ministries, UNDP representatives, DAMU representatives, and after 4 years we see real case results and the environmental impact. This is the most important. The next project is together with the UNDP to decrease the risk investment into the renewable sources of energy implemented in 2020. Benchmarking project, supposing the support of the green projects, $2 million invested from UNDP. And UNDP provided financing to pay the coupons according to the bond program, and there were subsidies provided to cover the main debt and to cover the interest rates. And there was the issuance of the green bonds, and in order to provide the loans of the renewable source of energy. We implemented the compliance with the ICMA standards, means our bonds were registered in the international database. For the successful placement of the green bonds, DAMU was awarded with the Pioneer Bonds Initiative Award. Also, there was a construction of the solar panel station in the suburbs of Turkestan city. And the main target is to provide the green-based electric power in order to provide this region. This is a very promising project to develop Turkestan city. In 2020, the population is 176,000 people, and it should grow up to 500,000 people, and there should be new enterprises of business, and there is a high potential in the green bonds towards the renewable sources of energy. This is just few examples. So the scope of financing that we obtain via our international financiers are giving big potential. Within the frames of 2 programs with UNDP, we supported 36 projects for the amount more than 2 billion tenge. And according to this program, any loan taker in the sphere of green company can get more than 10% of subsidies from the banking rate in different directions. And we have also the support of governmental programs, the Roadmap for Business 2025. We have already provided support to 88 projects. 134 billion tenge were spent for that. In 2021, the foundation initiated the investment to the Roadmap 2025 in order to determine the definitions. And also there is a new electric power station in Atyrau region.
So this is the 14% per annum using the energy of wind. This project has allowed to reduce the greenhouse gases by 80,000 tons in 2020 only. Damu Fund has an intention to make its contribution to the support of the Green Bridge 2024 and also to bring the share by the 2030 and to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2060. This is a financial state institution and it is supporting all the government initiatives on transition to the sustainable development and green economy. We have a lot of plans and we hope we will extend the financing as well. Thank you. Thank you, Gauhar. We will come back to you to the question about the social and gender issues. We would like to have more details about this kind of securities. And now I would like to give the floor to Nazira Nurtasovna Sadbekova, Head of Funding Directorate. In September 2021, Nazira, you have issued green bonds to the amount of 20 billion tenge at Kazakhstan Stock Exchange. That was a debut for placement in the territory of Kazakhstan. We know that the demand for this proposal has exceeded the capabilities, and then you have placed these bonds for 10 billion tenge. Who was the investor in these issues, and do you think that the demand will be the same from Kazakhstan investors in our market? Thank you very much. We are always happy to share our experience with the market participants about our implementation of our projects in the equity market. The history of formation of our credit obligations and liabilities starts in 2009, when for the first time we had a debut in the Kazakhstan exchange market with the first transaction with denominated Tenge in issuing the government bonds. After that, we had a lot of volumes and transactions. I'm not counting them. We are present in the Russian market, in the international financial markets. We have access to the Chinese exchange markets. I can share more and more my experiences with other participants, how it is done, how you can select proper windows to implement such projects with best quality, and how to work with investors. Our work with investors, once again, I would like to repeat, starting from 2009, when we generated a sound and high quality basement for the work with investors. That is why every investor is important to us in Kazakhstan. It is obvious our investors are institutional investors, financial organizations, banks, insurance companies, management companies, corporates. Because in the last 2 years we are starting the program of regular approaching the market with short-term notes and bonds, which are mostly used by the corporates. If we talk about the long-term investments, our securities are those for those investors we have mentioned. Of course, these are the management companies who are dealing with the pension funds investments. In Russia, we have a larger scale situation. As you know, we have high development for retail investments. Kazakhstan, this component is just forming, and we will be happy if retail investors will acquire our securities. And in context of green social bonds, here we target more investors who have or should have formed an agenda on responsible investment. If we see investors with the relevant policies, we hear from the investors. We are receiving calls and requests from investors about the bonds and projects selected by us, what will be the reporting on using the funds, and influence on the environment after using these funds. So this communication we always have with the investors, and if we see from the retail investors this understanding of the responsible investing, that would be great, because in Russia the class of such investors has already formed or generated, and we can see a growing trend in such investors, and they drive the market, by the way. As for the Kazakhstan investor, this is institutional investors, and nevertheless we will be happy to see expansion of this structure. We have some plans for development thereof, and to attract not only Kazakhstani investors but also foreign investors in investment into our securities, including the sustainable development securities denominated in the national currencies. We are performing certain work in this direction, and this year we finally have formed and written the own policy on issue and placement of green and social securities and bonds. So this is not about the insurance companies and banks, but any other financial instruments, including hedging instruments. And we see certain instruments from the international foreign investors to buy our liabilities in terms of ESG. Indeed, the work with the banks on ESG is being performed for a long time. We have used a lot of green loans to finance specific projects in this area. That is why, for us, we first of all held a sort of retrospective analysis of our credit portfolio, based on which we determined potential for the further growth. In particular, we see for ourselves that the renewable resource projects will be growing. Now it is about 15% of the total portfolio, and within the framework of the total strategy 2026 of the bank, we want to increase these projects and bring them to 25%. This is for the renewable energy sources projects. Also, energy saving projects in terms of green projects as well. This is critical for us to support the projects connected with the power resources saving technologies. And we look at the social component as well. The social component for us is mostly implemented through the proxy banks. We are active in financing the financial institutions and banks in our participating countries, in particular where they develop and support small and medium-sized businesses, gender financing, microfinancing. In this context, we are present since 2010 and actively finance the private sector. So we have determined the tasks for the nearest future in the course of change of the infrastructure and expectations from our side, from our participating countries. We will change the concepts of our approach, but as a whole, ESG framework of our bank is generated based on 17 SDGs determined by the UN. Thank you very much, Nazira. As far as I understand, as of today, the trend of placement of securities in the market which we have now, this is issue of green and social securities at the market financing rates. In the market, in the world, we have different trends which have less yield, but they provide more financing for the projects which we call green projects or social projects. Alina Optimisovna, what challenges do you see in attracting the green finances projects to be as efficient as standard financing in case if we have same trends like reduction of yield against the quality of the financial instrument or its connection with the sustainable development programs? Thank you, Maria Jamal. And before proceeding to the bonds, I would like to emphasize that through the stock exchange, from the exchange market, we are trying and do everything possible to be able to finance the economy, the projects of our businesses, national businesses, represented by the government, states, development institutions, or private sector. Today we have mentioned that Kazakhstan has a growing introduction of the green projects and the financing of social projects, but as a whole, ESG agenda and sustainable development, they are wider. That is why those exchanges which participate in the International Association of Exchanges starting from 2015, we are a member of the Association of the Sustainable Exchange. We have approached this initiative on 3 directions: ecological, social, and corporate management directions. We perform different measures. Starting from 2015, we are implementing the method for disclosure of non-financial information, which is oriented at disclosure of information, how listing companies follow the ESG policies. And you can see that these companies are listing companies, so they are reporting about their policy of development and the projects they will implement. And these trends, they become more and more relevant because in the foreign equity markets, if the company of a carbon nature is not doing a green project, it is more difficult to get the financing by shareholding or by the liabilities. So the price will be increasing for them. The sustainable development goals of the UN, so they are promoted through the equity markets as well. In Kazakhstan, we have adopted ecological code in Kazakhstan this year, and we have joined the initiative on the carbon content reduction, and it allows to restructure the whole economy, the business in the pandemic conditions and the global warming which we observe now. The number of these projects will be growing, so our objective is to finance such projects and make them accessible for the investors. From our side, we are doing everything possible in this direction. We provide regular trainings and educational programs, how to disclose the information, how information is perceived by the investors concerning the companies, and we pay special attention to issuance of the sustainable development bonds. Any bond issuance, this is debt financing. We have decided that social and green bonds should be provided. They should be more accessible in terms of the listing fees and other conditions. We see the market financing of the equity market rates. We have introduced a verifier notion in terms of financing the green and financial projects. They should be done in accordance with the international standards or standards which will be determined by your agency as a regulator of our market. And in this connection, on a voluntary basis, we have reached agreement with potential companies, auditors companies, to make verification free of charge at the initial stage, because verification implies certain costs which will be distributed at the equity market. I think the next step will be to invite the investors for the responsible investments, which is a direction, meaning that the companies attracting different funds for the retail investing, whether it is retail, institutional, or social investing. The projects of social and green nature, they have lower rates for investment and financing. Due to transition to the social projects, social responsibility, the responsible investment, this is something which will be introduced at the institutional investors level, and the trend will be established by the National Bank, and a lot of resources will be required for that, which are controlled by the National Bank, and including our pension fund savings. But now we can summarize that about 7 projects issued by the international development institutions and local institutions, this EBRD, Eurasian Bank of Development, DAMO, they have placed a number of bonds of social and green nature in the last 2 years, and we expect that the Kazakhstan Development Bank will join these projects of green financing for the financing of the public and private sector. Today we meet quite often the companies who are performing the projects with the wind power engineering and green engineering. The question is how much it will cost for them, so we'll need to proceed building up this infrastructure. Thank you, Alina Timisovna.
Just asking you about the comments to what Alina Aldambergen have said regarding the verification of your social projects, and also where are you going to target your income from the implementation of this social project. Yeah, it's true. From the placement of the social bonds, the money was redirected to the social sphere, having the positive social impact. And this social impact was reached due to the support of the small and middle business, whose business suffered a lot during the pandemic. And within the frames of this issuance, we wanted to maintain the job places and to maintain the vulnerable groups of business and to restore the small and middle business. According to the climate bond initiatives in 2020, in the world there were bonds for the sustainable development for the 700 billion US, and this scope in 2020 increased 10 times comparing to the previous year. So starting from pandemic, the global trend is the issuance of the social bonds in order to overcome the traces of COVID. It's called COVID bonds. And the first in Kazakhstani market, we were the first to issue the social bonds basing in KASE, Kazakhstani Stock Exchange, like green bonds. They were registered in the international database. And let me thank Alina and the committee and the National Bank. All the terms and conditions were established for that. And we had a verificator, the Russian agency, and the scope of the bonds issued is 1 billion tenge with a turnover period of 5 years. So there was the Russian agency Expertra, and the social bonds were dedicated to support small and middle business in the sphere of the transport, hotels, such sectors of economy who directly and indirectly suffered from the restrictions during lockdown. The most suffered sectors of economy were chosen according to the governmental decree. 29 codes of economy activity were determined, and the rate was 0 for the social payments, and we placed this money in the second-tier banks for the following loan provision. Also, the beneficiaries of the income from the social bonds, also they can use the instruments of subsidizing within the frames of the DAMO projects. And there is a wide spectrum, including of the food security, women entrepreneurship, establishment of the basic infrastructure, financing of schools, hospitals, and accessible housing. And we have already developed a lot women entrepreneurship together with Tatiana in collaboration with EBRD. We implemented Women in Business project, and EBRD financed the second-tier banks under the complete DAMU guarantee. And also we obtained the Asian Development Bank financing, and we financed women entrepreneurs, and in DAMU portfolio we supported 699 projects with women entrepreneurs. And this is our experience with international financial institutions. And for now, we attracted around $1 billion. And historically, in collaboration with EBRD and ABD, before issuing the social bonds, we have already started the continuous work to provide support to different key groups of population. We are going to continue development of ESG instruments in Kazakhstan, take into consideration our goals in DAMU Foundation. We are going to place social bonds in order to finance the green projects, social projects, women entrepreneurs, education, all the sectors suitable for the social projects understanding. In addition, due to the fact we are working in compliance with the SDG of UN, it's important for us to work on time and act in ESG. We are planning to perform the risk assessment according to ESG and to provide the rating from the international agency on that. Thank you. Tatiana, are you going to add something? Yes, I wanted to add that this issue on the risks and ESG principle implementation is global and relevant for all the markets. And the annual economic forum for the third year is saying that environmental risks are the primary risks. 4 out of 5 global risks are determined as ecological environmental risks. They fail in the climate warming fight and the biodiversity, and 2 more aspects. Regarding the ESG implementation and the financial sector governance are the most relevant topic. The development of financial organizations is giving additional expansion to extract and insert the capital, and also to disclose the climate financial information, and also regarding the competitive advantages, the improvement of risks regarding devaluation, and those that are relevant to the climate change. And within the frames of the climate risks, it is widely accepted as considerable risks. Also, there is a risk of the period of transfer. This is about the investors and which way the organizations are reacting to those changes. We are observing the changes in the business strategies and investment policies, and also the deletion of the projects related to the fossil minerals, and now the investment level is more than $11 trillion. Almost all financial organizations announced that they are going to limit financing to oil, gas and coal industry. And besides that, there is a revision of the portfolio investment from the retirement foundations towards the environmentally friendly projects. And we see that the rating agencies are revising their methodology in order to reflect the environmental risks and to apply new methodologies to determine their clients' database. And also there is an increase in requirements to disclose the information on climate risks and the way the companies are implementing that in their business strategies. For instance, London Stock Exchange is requiring the listed companies to disclose that information starting from 2021. Being the bank, we understand that those changes should be introduced in all levels in our countries of presence, and besides the long-term presence in the green economy financing, we formed the package of the technical support for our clients in the amount of $25 million in order to improve the climate risk management and implementation of the corporate governance practices. Also, you mentioned that EBRD made a decision to comply the project with the Paris Agreement by the end 2021. Currently, we are applying higher requirements to the green component of our investments because all the investments of EBRD should contain at least 50% towards the green economy purposes. Starting from 2013, we financed 113 projects to the amount 2.3 billion euro. And we see huge prospects, and it gives us a big pleasure to assist governments to promote transfer to the green economy. And we are ready to assist that more. Thank you, Tatiana. As far as we may see during our discussion, there is a high relevance of different financial instruments provided by financial organizations in the territory of Kazakhstan, and the issuance of the financial instruments should be done more actively by domestic organizations. Regarding SDG compliance, let me share two provisions supposing the way agencies to introduce stage-by-stage compliance with the ESG standards in order to regulate the financial market of Kazakhstan. If you may see this slide, we foresee stage-by-stage introduction of ESG into the regulation of the financial market of Kazakhstan. Here are the blocks to implement the ESG principles. This document is the recommendation, not the obligatory one. And the first stage is about the drafting of recommendations to implement the ESG principles in the financial organizations. The second stage is about the development of the legislative requirements to financial organizations to implement ESG principles. And the third stage is about monitoring ESG risks and their integration into the supervision system, and the requirements on the information disclosure by organizations. And the third stage we hope to implement in 2023-2024. We are going to include ESG risks as one of the indices of the qualitative measures for SREP, and also it is about development of different scenarios for stress testing of ESG risks and application of multifaceted regulatory measures to improve the operations in organizations with higher ESG risks. So it's better to work stage by stage instead of revolution. So this way of step-by-step introduction would be soft and convenient both for financial organizations and for the perceptions of investors. Let me thank you for participating in our session. Thanks a lot to the speakers and online participants for the interests to the SDG topics. Let me congratulate you with the Financials Day and let me wish you to have good health, wealth.